Okay, yeah, it's online. Alright, cool. Yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. Good, 0 delays today. Let's jump in.
Hello, chat! Chloe, are you...
We're gonna run out of Skaven to kill.
Chloe, what are you doing? Chat, y'all want to start with Chloe this morning? Here, she's hiding behind the...
Hey, Linksy, how's it going, dude?
She's behind the green screen. She's just... Hey! Chloe, what are you doing? You're just ignoring me? Okay. There, that was your... Can I double cross Legend? No, it's a co-op campaign. Oh, is it my turn?
Yep, that's where we left it.
Okay.
So, what are you thinking about doing about Zottel?
Oh, right. Was I going to attack it right now? It's got a decent-sized garrison. I think I'll wait until I have one set of towers, and then I'll attack it.
Yeah, I guess in the situation here, it largely depends on how much you want to cheese it. If you're not going to cheese it, then probably towers would be a good idea, because... yeah, you're going to have to be dealing with warp bombs, and... given your army, I can't really see you avoiding them without cheesing it.
Not easily.
Yeah. Because you can use their own warp bombs against them. What you do is wait for them to use up the menace blows that they're going to use, try to get them to not warp bomb, and then you just send a flying unit to fly over damaged units in their army, and they'll warp bomb them.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Morning, Friedrich. Yeah, I don't know why she's laying there today, but Chloe is behind the green screen. So, I can't really see her, but she's back there for some reason.
One question, after you are the biggest god of cheese, doesn't the game start to get boring for you? No. No, I don't think so. Yeah, damn it. Alright, so Lockyer Fellheart reoccupied the Hissing God. I need to set up a trap for him.
Did I see the new Bellicor rules? Is that from this morning or yesterday? Friedrich, the second part of yesterday's stream, I have to edit it because I did something stupid near the end. So I have to edit a part of it out, so it won't be public until then.
Damn me and my sense of honor with not using exploits.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, Turtloid, thanks so much for subbing with Prime.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
MO Addicted, thanks so much for the tier 2 for 6 months. Thanks for the support, dude. Catch up ASMR.
Tomorrow I'll be playing Rakath. I might be a bit late tomorrow to the stream because the embargo's not always aligned with my stream. I can't remember exactly what time it's going to be. So I might be an hour or two late, but I'll be able to cover Rakath, I think 4 hours. I think. Isn't the game easy enough on single player? Playing co-op just makes it easier, no?
Oh yeah, they ignore invuln.
Not
yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah, his 40k rules are wild.
Also, difficulty of the game is not an indication of how much fun something is.
I'm gonna eat, but I'm gonna mute my mic while I'm eating, just to be...
Some of the most difficult campaigns in this game are the least interesting to play. Like, take Beastmen, for example. I hate the Beastmen. Probably one of the most difficult campaigns in the game. I hate them. So, enjoyment doesn't equal challenge. Not always. By easier, I mean boring. Well, look, to each their own. To each their own. But no, that is, I think, a false comparison. Alright, I got plenty of
Yes,
money.
I will do a Rakarth campaign tomorrow.
Let's try to confederate Defenders of the Great Plan. Oh, that's right. Schlangwepek. They were willing to confederate. They still are. They're almost not willing.
Quest battle win. We're gonna do it next turn.
Tier 4 settlement.
Hey, MMO Addicted! Thanks for the 5 gift subs, dude.
Confederate them.
Very generous of you. Thank you.
Order will definitely have a revolt at Axolotl. I could probably prevent it if I
joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
I'm gonna cancel that and instead build public order buildings. I might miss the opportunity to confederate them, but it's just something. It's just not worth it right now. It would cause me more problems than it would benefit.
Wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
MMO Addicted, thanks for gifting another sub, you crazy bastard. Thank you, dude.
Okay.
I really appreciate the support.
And yep, let's move on to the next turn. It's kind of annoying how in all these key battles I'm not using Gorok, just because I need a siege attacker in the army. 2% supplies unless you do. Yeah, so co-op campaigns aren't exactly the same as single players. There's some differences. Some things make it a little bit easier. Some things make it harder.
See if I can get rid of this earthquake guy. No! How could you fail me? Useless skate.
Oh, yeah.
Another wretched foul
That would have been really good if you could have gotten rid of
joins
that.
the red host. Cursed
Oh no,
Sotek
they're gonna
spawn.
blow up Itza. Hopefully they just create an Undercity, but that's unlikely.
For Supertoon...
Clan Pestilence definitely had it out for me in this campaign.
Yeah, they didn't care about me at all.
Yeah, you didn't have to deal with any of their invasions. I didn't deal with all of them.
MMO Addicted! Calm down! Thanks, my dude. I appreciate it. Do I want to do that? Probably not.
Malekith the Witch King did a $5 super chat. Are you going to play Rakarth on the 18th? I'm going to play Rakarth tomorrow.
Siege time!
Okay.
I will riot!
What makes it harder? One thing, lag. Don't underestimate the power of lag.
True
Second
that.
thing is that his faction abilities have caused me to go to war with Skaven that I didn't want to go to war with. So, whereas if we were playing as Itzo in single player, I wouldn't have to do that. There's just little things here and there. Little differences.
I'm gonna put you in charge of my birds. That way I don't have to worry about them.
Okay. No worries. I'll go siege from the actual invasion location.
Fair enough.
Clearing blind spot over here. Oh no, I want to get shots. Am I gonna bet again today? Nah, no more bets. Don't bet against Zotek. I just lose all my bets, no matter what I do.
Are these current super chats or old ones? What are you talking about?
I remember this campaign.
Oh, are they like
you know what I'm not
appearing?
having fun with? Answering your questions. I'll go sort out those plague claw catapults right away.
Sounds great. Hey, Diogo. Nice. That's wonderful to hear, dude.
Okay, Plague Claw Catapult's taken down.
Okay, I'm gonna send in a Manticore to hunt down that Warlock engineer.
Oh dear, oh dear! I just realised they're gonna whoop bomb the the artillery. Yep, they did, and they did no damage to us because we were flying. Okay, you're clear of warp bomb for the next 2 minutes? I can't remember what the cooldown is.
Great, that's what I like to hear. Climb!
Is it normal that you can Vanguard deploy right next to Toy versus Walls? Yep, because CA didn't put in a they didn't design it perfectly. There's a lot of things that they forgot about with Toy Vres. So the deployment zone for the High Elves is exactly the same as like the Vanguard deploy zone for you, like right on the edge of it.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, another warp bomb wasted.
Okay,
right,
that should be the end of the warp lightnings.
Another minute.
Never mind.
Because they just want to know that you're having fun. Look, dead like me, you're always doing the same thing, over and over and over again, and it's really irritating. It's like I feel like I have to answer this exact same question with you every single time you come onto the stream. It's like, give it a break.
I sympathize with that
Same
issue.
thing with you every single time.
What do I think Ricard's mechanic is for recruiting other faction beasts? Why don't you just wait till tomorrow? just wait till tomorrow. You don't have long to wait. Soon you will know. Did we kill him?
Little Ribbles became a new member. Alright, thanks dude, appreciate it. Oh, was that another whoop bomb?
Sounded like it. I don't know where it went off though.
Well, it doesn't matter, we won.
So falls the last capital of Clan Pestilence.
No, they've still got one more settlement.
Well, yeah, but it's not a capital.
Neither was this. This is a minor city.
Is it?
Yeah. They built walls.
Oh, shows how much I was paying attention.
Am I excited for the new Be'lakor model? Sure, because that probably indicates Be'lakor is coming into Warhammer 3. Maybe.
Probably. And that's probably his new design. Which is wonderful. He got a glam up. Not there yet. Okay, I think we are all set. Why do I build towers? I don't know, I like them.
Alright, let's see if... Yep, he took the bait. And... gone.
Rip.
Can Dark Elf Dragons compete with High Elf Dragons on Legendary? Not really. Yes and no, not really. Yes, sort of. No, not really. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't recruit black dragons on Legendary. It's just that the High Elves are way better dragon masters than the Dark Elves. That's all it means. So they have better lord traits, they have better technologies, they've got better dragons. They're just better all around at dealing with dragons. But the thing is, if you're playing as Dark Elves, the AI High Elves are never going to make full use of those abilities. Like, they're not going to... It'd be very unlikely for them to choose a dragon-willed prince in order to command a dragon spam army. Not that they would ever recruit a dragon spam army. Whereas you could get a name of power on a supreme sorceress that boosts black dragons and put in a couple of spiteful heroes or something and boost black dragons that way, and then, you know, your black dragons would be able to compete against the high elf dragons. But comparing like with like, the high elves are way better dragon masters than dark elves.
Bacon? No, it's a chicken sandwich. It's a chicken biscuit sandwich. That's why I'm eating it with ketchup, because it's literally just a chicken sandwich.
Let's see. Is what's his name back yet? Gorok still got 2 turns away. Okay.
Me not fool.
And they
How's everybody doing today?
Yeah, defeated their army, but didn't really knock off that much of their strength ranking. Alright, I'm just gonna see how far I can push with this guy here. They're fully recovered.
Oh, dude,
because I want to send the other army down south.
I'm such a slut for ketchup. Like, you need to be aware of that now.
But I was thinking of going to sack Mortuary of Sazalukla just to stop them from recruiting anything, so you can come over there and occupy it. I think... hang on, how strong are Pestilence? They have nothing, okay. Oh good, they didn't use their... Looks like they're going to use it on you instead. Don't ever remembering asking about co-op difficulty. Maybe memory's fading away. No. It wasn't about co-op difficulty. It's always about difficulty with you. It's just the same thing. It's always like, this campaign isn't challenging. Why are you doing it? It's like the same theme every single time. It gets tiresome. And the thing is as well, you don't drop
there we go.
That's one of the most annoying things. Like, this isn't the first time we've had this conversation as well, Dead Like Me. You do it every single time.
What, you mean us content creators don't live at the beck and call for every single individual member of chat and their whims?
Yeah. But the thing is, like I saw your questions in the previous stream and I chose to ignore them. And you just started up again this stream. I was just like, oh man, you're just gonna spam the entire time again. So that's why it gets on my nerves. Like, every time you ask these questions, I see them.
I totally sympathize with what he's saying.
These questions, they irritate me.
Was that a honey butter chicken biscuit? No, it was just a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit.
Every single time.
It wasn't super exciting.
Not necessarily mad at you. But, you know, it's just the same thing every damn time. Actually, you know what? Oh, that one's high. Same level.
I just needed something to get me through the morning. I got up a little later than I intended to this morning, so I didn't have time to cook breakfast. I had to go get it.
No, take that off. I should really put that on Gorok. No, he could die at any moment. Probably best give it to him for the turn.
Thoughts on the end times for the Empire and what they should have done? There was a lot wrong with the end times. The fall of Altdorf wasn't too bad, which is like kind of the main thing with the Empire. But I thought the whole Siege of Mindenheim was really stupid. Does Chloe ever step on my balls?
Time him out? No, he hasn't done anything wrong. It's just
not no.
Like said, just
well, maybe when she was younger. Definitely not now though.
Sotek?
You can.
What? Yeah, he's there. Yeah, he's coming through my audio levels. Should be fine.
Are the Mind of Sotek dwarves made up by CA? Yes, there are no dwarf kingdoms in Lustria.
Don't have time to recover. We're just gonna move it.
Is Rakarth basically Dark Elf Emmerich? No, Emmerich's like a much more specialized version of Rakarth, where Rakarth is more like a guy who is obsessed with taming and dominating all beasts. Emmerich only has a relationship with dragons.
Remember I asked you a while ago why you don't stream on Twitch, and your response was, why don't I stream on Twitch? Yeah, because I get asked that question a lot. You know, I just... Sometimes, like, if you get asked like, a question so many times, eventually you're just going to come up with goofy answers. Because, like, it's more for my entertainment than for yours. Because, like...
Hey, Lord Pandar!
I get asked the same question
Thanks,
over
my
and
dude.
over and over again. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to give a silly answer. It's not... It's, you know... Sorry you had to be there for that, but, you know, it's just how it is. Connor did a £2 super chat. Thoughts on... Iwan Rian? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think it's Ian, as Rakarth. Is he though? I don't know. Is he? Thanks for super chat. I don't know. Is that confirmed yet? Andrew Matthews did a £5 super chat. Does the minus for recovery from winning battles and taking money stack or add turns? It just adds turns. It's not. You can't get like minus 100% from it. So if you do it, like 10 times in a row, it'll last 50 turns. So
hilarious.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny if you had like no replenishment just because you took a bunch of ransoms.
Lord Pandar, thanks for the super chat, my dude. It's not much. A little thanks for bringing me to Total War Warhammer through your videos and all the fun moments. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Total War Twitter confirmed it, did they? Let me just confirm that.
Who do you think would make a cool co-op partner for Rakarth? That depends on all the details, like all the details.
I can tell you tomorrow. We can tell you tomorrow.
Yeah, we can tell you tomorrow. If you ask something about Rakarth, 99%...
Oh, it is. They confirmed it. Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry. Yes, they confirmed it.
Yes, it is awesome they got a Game of Thrones actor. Well, that's not the only thing he's done, but that's what he's most famous for right now. Good pick. He sounds great.
Yeah, okay, good. I can stop pretending like I didn't know. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think the big thing for me is that from a character perspective, I don't really care about Rakarth because he's a Dark Elf, and I don't care about Dark Elves that much. So, like, if he was voicing, say, Nagash, which I think that would have been a weird pick, I probably would have been way more hyped for something like that. But yeah, like it's definitely good that he got to.
Oh, cool, Nathan! I'll check it out later.
Voice a character in this game for sure. I haven't really played a whole lot of Rakarth yet, so I haven't heard a lot of his voice lines. So we'll experience that together.
Which actor?
Yes, yeah, reveal. Sorry, go on.
The actor who played oh god, what was his character's name in Game of Thrones?
Ramsay Bolton.
Yeah, Ramsay Bolton is doing Rakarth, and he's using a very similar voice, and it's very good. It's great.
Yeah, me and my wife, we were trying to find out who he, like I was playing the game and I told her apparently they got a famous voice actor for this, or a famous actor, and I was just trying to listen to it and figure out who it was before CA told me, and we guessed wrong.
Who'd y'all settle on?
We settled on David Tennant.
Oh,
like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
And then we went to the Discord and we're like, oh no, we got that wrong. And then as soon as I heard it, I was like, yep, it's definitely him. Okay. Need to concentrate it. Oh. Do that. Yeah, if they had done Earthquake on me, that would have been a catastrophe. So if you could try to assassinate that engineer,
I'll try.
That would be. I know the chances are pretty low, but I
got this dwarf Thane helping me out.
Yeah, that engineer could be a really big problem for me.
All right, Chad, I hear you. Let me go see this new community post. Hold on. What do we got here? Oh, I like that Ossiarch Bone Reaper color scheme. He has a flesh cape? When have they had flesh capes?
Just leave that there. It's maintaining public order.
A Mortisan Executioner.
Yep.
Okay, that axe that axe is pretty bitchin' though. That's a pretty bitchin' axe. Canaan's Reapers.
Alright, I think I'm done with the turn. I just got a lot of fires I have to put out, and maybe picking on the Dark Elves right now wasn't the best idea, but I didn't really have anyone else to fight. I really need Henry Cavill to voice someone. Maybe he could voice Nagash. Nah. No, I don't think he'd voice Nagash.
Yeah, you gotta get somebody super sinister for Nagash.
Yeah, he would be better voicing, like, another Empire Lord or something. Like, Kurt Hellborg or Volton. Something like that. Yeah, Volton is basically the Empire Superman, so that would make sense.
Yeah, Volton would be pretty cool.
Yeah. So from what my understanding is of Henry Cavill, is that he's actually quite a private person. Like, he goes out and does his... Oh, good job.
Yay!
He like, does his like, acting gigs. And then when he's, like, done with his work, he likes to just retreat into his own personal bubble and not be too active on social media, which I personally completely understand.
Yeah, I respect that.
Respect that. So I'm not sure if it's something that's likely that we're going to get Henry Cavill to voice a character in Warhammer. We'll just have to wait and see. He should voice an Aryan. Yeah.
Yeah, if an Aryan was in the game, sure, but I don't see that happening. Oh, Undertaker, I haven't heard that voice yet.
It's giving me pretty bad odds, but they underestimate my power.
Cool, it'll be fun.
Alan Rickman, Nagash would have been great. Yeah. Yeah, he could have done a good job. No, you know who should really
I would have done Christopher Lee.
I was just about to say that, god damn it.
I got it again!
I was gonna say Christopher Lee for Nagash.
You're getting predictable in your old age, Legend.
Yeah. I was gonna say Christopher Lee. Took the words out of my mouth.
Undertaker, I'll listen to it after the stream. I don't want to listen to it on stream.
Now, you know who they should get? Seth Green to voice Nagash.
Who has Seth Green played? Like what?
Family Guy.
The
son?
Ah, yes. No. Grumpy Guard, the last Underworld's warband is the Aina Thiken. 1,000 billion%. It even looks like they have some kind of weird fish as part of their warband. Alright, Undertaker, appreciate it, dude. I'll check it out.
Alright. This could be very difficult to win if I don't thin them out before they get a little bit closer.
Bill Nye. Didn't, Bill Nye did...
Luckily, Croak is fairly tanky. Still just trying to save a bit of magic before I cast. I'm going to give this a shot. They're moving pretty fast in there. They usually don't dodge it.
Yeah, decent hit.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Wasn't perfect, though.
Run, Croak, run!
Jacksepticeye to voice Nagash.
Weird Al Yankovic. I'd be totally okay. I would be totally okay with Weird Al.
No, Jacksepticeye.
Only if he does that screaming thing he does at the start of his videos.
Yeah.
Nagash just screaming top of the morning when he's ripping you to pieces.
As far as I'm aware, no YouTubers have been a voice actor, apart from Voice Snacks. But he's more of a voice actor than a YouTuber.
Yeah, he's more of a voice actor that advertises his portfolio on YouTube. Oh yeah, Bill Nye would be great for just any. I love Bill Nye. He did a great job with Davy Jones. He's got a good villain voice. Hey, Razor Dragon Tail, good morning. Who's the strongest mount in Warhammer Fantasy?
That would be Kraken Rock.
Mount? Who's riding him?
Mount Kraken Rock.
Oh, well, I think... I mean, yes, if you could. I don't think he'd
technically wrong.
I don't think he'd notice you're up there. Probably the strongest... I mean, Indrognir was probably the strongest mount that ever lived. Anarian's dragon. But the strongest one that's, like, alive nowadays... that's a tough one.
Okay, they've used up tons of their ammo on that without having done that much damage, which is good.
Off the top of my head, I would probably say Baldros. Baldros is pretty insane. He's the Chaos Dragon mount of... oh... What's his... the Zine Sorcerer.
Kairos Fate Weaver?
No, that's a demon. Egron von Horseman. Egron von Horseman's dragon.
That was the next one I was going to say.
Was it?
If I just could remember his name. I'm learning. I'm not going to stupid, I'm learning. Wolfie Oath 034 did a €5 super chat. Hi Legend, is it possible or wise for master engineers to have a gyrocopter mount? You're asking the wrong person that. We'll pass that on to Sotek.
For dwarf engineers to have a gyrocopter mount?
Thanks for the super chat.
Yes. In fact, pretty much the only people who crew them are engineers. I actually asked CA about that once, and basically the response was something along the lines of they would really like to do that, but they would have to, like, actually put new animations in the game to do it. So it would cost money, so they're not going to do it unless it's, like, part of, like, a update, like a mass update for the dwarves where they're actually spending money. It's not just going to happen out of nowhere. It would have to come as part of, like, a DLC or something. It would be cool, though.
It's okay. Alright. Alright.
I think you got this. Cut them down pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how much damage we're going to take, because I don't have any recovery in this region. I've pushed in pretty deep.
Gilbert Gottfried's all 4 Chaos Gods. Oh, the friendly fire. If they had shard dragons for dwarves, could Rimlords use them as mounts? No. Shard dragons are kind of like that would be using like an ancient salamander as a mount, or a like it's more like a tool that the dwarves are able to utilize, not a loyal beast that Plus, no dwarf would willingly ride a living creature. That goes very heavily against dwarf culture. They would see that as just suicide.
Alright, if I can get one more cast in.
Catherine, I don't even need to read the second part of that statement. Could the Skaven live in peace? No. So long as there are two... As long as there are two living Skaven, they could never live in peace.
Does Legend of like Nakai? No, I hate Nakai. I think it's the worst Lism in Legendary Lord by far.
Could a Thunder Barge be taken as a mount? Well, for if they added like a new Lord type, like a I would for dwarves, I would like them to do 2 Lord packs for dwarves at some point. And I would like one to be like rune themed, so it's revolving around like bringing in like rune golems, shard dragons, new slayers to round that out, and then like maybe give us priestesses of Valea as a new character type. And then the other DLC I'd like to be focused around engineers. And give us, like, a engineer guild master as a new lord type. That's all about shooty stuff. And I could see them maybe having a Thunder Barge for a mount. But I don't know, the Thunder Barge might be, like, in the same classification as, like a Dread Saurian, where it's, like, such a big, badass thing that making it a mount's a little too much.
Isn't Deliverance of Itza 2 overkill on Dark Shards? Surely Deliverance 1 would be sufficient. Well, it's about the size of the explosion. I've got 2 points upgraded into Deliverance of Itza 2, and I've only got 1 point put into Deliverance of Itza 1, so it's actually more efficient for me to be casting that spell. It's not necessarily about the damage output of the actual spell, but the area that it's going to hit. So I'll actually get way more kills with Deliverance of Itza 2. Deliverance of Itza 1 is for like really small clumps of units. Basically, you use Deliverance of Itza 1, 2, or 3 depending on the size of the clump. Like if there's a massive blob, wait for 3.
Who is a stronger mount, Krokgar or Mazdamundi? Grimlock is stronger than Zlak. Or Grimlock would kill Zlak in a fight. Queek versus Gorbad Ironclaw? Queek would kill Gorbad, I'm pretty sure. Gorbad doesn't have enough armor to survive Queek.
This is for you and Loremaster Sotek. Would you play the 40k Darktide game that's coming out? That
Yes.
the Vermintide developers are releasing? Yeah, I'm probably going to cover that.
Yep.
They've put me on the media list, so we'll see how we go with that. I'm down to play it.
It looks like fun.
Do you think Dark Elf City Guard will ever come, or have they been removed, lore?
Dark Elf City Guard? I mean, if they were doing bottom of the barrel scraping, like they tried to do another Dark Elf DLC, I could potentially see that happening. But, what is going on over here? These Dread Spears.
What?
Nobody's even attacking them. They're just surrounded
What?
in your deployment zone.
Oh, right. I forgot about them, yeah. That's what happens when you've got too many units attacking one. They get surrounded, but the models don't attack anymore.
It's hilarious.
The more units you have chasing an infantry unit, the less damage you do. It's really silly. Zergi did a $20 super chat. First time watching a live stream of yours. Hope the co-op goes well. Do you have any tips on what to go for unit-wise for a quick MB campaign on legendary difficulty? Trying to learn Skaven, but not sure on good combo of units. Alright, thanks for super chat, dude. Like, I don't want to tell people how to play, but rattling guns. Like, yeah, just rattling guns, Jezzails, Plague Claw catapults. Plague Claw catapults should be the first thing you try to get, because that just makes sieges and field battles just so much easier. Because they just do so much damage in the early game, and they're only tier 3, so they're really, really easy to get. I would avoid Storm Vermin.
Alright, there we go. Now they're dying.
I like Storm Vermin. That's the only reason I would get Storm Vermin. Don't get them thinking that they're good, because they're not. Unless you're playing on like lower difficulties, which they're still not good. They're just not as absolute shit tier awful on lower difficulties. That's all. Thanks, Super Chat. Appreciate you.
To balance Skaven versus dwarves, do we need to nerf Skaven by an unreliable tech mechanic? So to make like you could add something like that to make Skaven more accurate to like tabletop and the lore, but the problem is when you add in a mechanic that is like purely designed to punish players, usually doesn't go well. Like it's fine to add mechanics that maybe add a challenge or like kind of like give a little, take a little, but I don't think you'd be able to. I don't think it would be smart to do that. Like I think in general, like trying to balance something in a single player focused game is kind of a it's a slope you have to be really careful on, because at the end of the day the goal is to make everyone fun to play and enjoyable in single player first and foremost. Like that should be the only thing you care about first. Then within that framework you can try and tinker with the balance, which is an eternal struggle, honestly. But I don't think the answer to the dwarf Skaven situation would be to punish the Skaven. I think it would be to give the dwarves more toys to play with.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Skaven need a buff. Alright, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, but Sinov Odegaard became a new member, and Jonas I'm Holes became a new member. Thanks, guys, or girls. Thanks for the memberships. Appreciate you. Man.
You alright?
I don't know. I can't pronounce that stuff. I try.
Folks coming out of left field with the most, like, exotic thing they can think of to type up.
It's like, looks like Scandinavian or German names. I just can't. It's just, I just can't do it. Close enough, good job. Alright, thanks. Appreciate it.
Master of Warhammer, I would not be surprised. I don't know, it's hard to tell with Underworld's units for AOS. Like, a lot of the times they come up with, like, new guys, and it could be a sign of, like, new types of units that'll come out in the future, or it could be that they're just, like, a weird, unique gimmick for Underworlds. It's kind of impossible to tell until later on.
Well, I continue with the Vampire Coast campaign.
Commoness, how you doing?
I intend to. It's not a high priority, but I do intend to. It's reached the point already where, yeah, like I intend to return to it. Yeah, doesn't mean I will. Like, to be honest, the problem with Vampire Coast is it's such a wonky campaign. The beginning is quite difficult, and then you get to turn 40, and then that's it. Difficulty goes out the window for the rest of the campaign, and it just becomes not a challenge at all. And people lose interest in it really quickly. You know, it's one of the reasons why I don't really cover it very often. People mass abandon Vampire Coast campaigns super quickly, and I have done a no Necrofex campaign before, and people still abandoned the campaign really, really early. Just doesn't give me a lot of incentive to like do really long series on Vampire Coast. They're just not popular.
Who do I think the strongest Cav in Game 3 will be? If you mean any kind of Cav, so just like regardless if they're monstrous or not, which they'll probably put them in the game, but if they put them in the game, Ogre Kingdom's Rhinox Riders will by far be the strongest Cav in the game, or at least they should be. I mean,
sorry, you going?
They're insane. In tabletop, each one of them was basically like a freaking moving fortress.
Andrew Matthews became a new member, and Taxicab Samurai did a $10 super chat. Who's the best lizard legendary lord, and why is it Krokar? Love the content. Thanks for the super chat. Honestly, it's really hard to determine who the best lizardman legendary lord is, because truth be told, they're all shit. Krokar is probably the least shit out of them. Him and Mazdamundi. Tehenowin's pretty good, but Tic-Tac-Toe is only good because he provides a global bonus to public order. I would never have him command my armies, though. And Nakai you should basically just never recruit Nakai unless, even if you're playing no, you have to recruit him if you're playing Nakai. But if you confederate Nakai, don't have Nakai as a commander. It's really bad. You actually can't tag him out because the game still thinks he's a horde. And Gorok. Gorok he's a great fighter, but he's a crap general. So yeah, that's the problem. Is like all of the Lizardman legendary lords suck because they're all outclassed by lifeslans.
MTF, do I think more Lizardman legendary lords will be added to the game? Yes, I don't think Lizardmen are done yet. What's the most diverse alliance between different races that ever happened in fantasy? The most diverse that has happened was during the Great War Against Chaos, where we saw the High Elves, the Dwarves, Kislev, the Empire, and essentially Bretonnia, kind of all teamed up to fight against the ever-chosen Asvar Kul, which then was, Warriors of Chaos, Demons, Beastmen. There were ogres on both sides, so ogre kingdoms were part of those mixes. Greenskins were attacking both sides. Pretty much everybody was involved. Like, the Great War Against Chaos is called that because virtually everyone had a hand in it. The only people that, like, fought in that war from a distance were the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen didn't really get to fight, but the Slann were busy casting super rituals to slap the demons in the face from halfway across the planet. They haven't really fixed Confederation Nakai. No, it's definitely a it was the system they used to implement Nakai was basically that you can tell they did not plan to do it, but popular demand, I guess, convinced them that they needed to. So they just sort of jury-rigged something, or jerry-rigged, whatever the phrase is. It functions at the absolute basic level, and that's about it.
Where do you think Rakath will spawn, or will he be an alt general for an existing faction, in your opinion? Well, I actually know the answer to this, and Rakath is going to start in Cathay, and yeah, on both the Vortex campaign and Mortal Empires. So,
yeah, you have to play in the Fog of War the entire time, because they haven't added the terrain yet, so you just kind of have to, like, bumble around trying to figure out where everything is.
Like, I know the answer, and I'm not allowed to reveal it yet. You'll find out tomorrow.
Where are the Tomb Kings? What, in Lustria? I killed them. After they sent all their good armies to attack Legend.
Yeah, that's right. They declared war on you, didn't they? And then they attacked me. Nobody has attacked you in this campaign.
No, all of my enemies send their legions after Legend.
Don't they?
And then I go sack their homes.
That's right, Khalida. I remember that because it was like a month ago. Khalida declared war on you, I think, and then she sent her army all the way through here and attack Itza, and then you got to attack her without her having an army. Yeah, I remember that. You're welcome. Legend avoiding NDA like a pro. Well, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I can't. I'm just not allowed to answer the question. If I answer that question, I'll never be able to answer any other question.
Hey, Mr. Streamer, can you violate all of the good faith things you have going with this company to satisfy my curiosity?
Legend won't break NDA. What a sellout! Yeah, it's just, Trust me, I want to tell you, but I can't tell you. Basically, if you can't Google the question and find the answer, I can't tell you.
Yeah, I think, like, I would say that for most streamers, the goal is to not be that guy who says or does something, and then somebody screenshots or clips it and then puts it on Reddit to be like, look, I found something. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. When you're a streamer or just a YouTuber or whatever, there are people always just waiting for you to fail. They just can't wait for you to be like, oops, I said something I'm not supposed to. Quick, put it all over Reddit so this guy gets banned because that's funny. You know, like when I accidentally revealed, which I thought was like common knowledge during the Warden and Port stuff, that the greenskin update was coming, and it went on Reddit.
Yeah, that's why we can't trust you guys.
Yeah, so ever since then, I just like joke. I'm not gonna give you any information at all, because like that's what happened. I was like, I revealed something I don't think I was supposed to, and what happened? It went all over Reddit. People tried to get me blacklisted again. And I was just like, it didn't work. Obviously, thank fuck for that. But now I'm gonna be even more careful about doing stuff. Like, here's the thing: if I accidentally leak something by accident, and CA didn't find out about it, I'd probably be more lax about it. But that's just not the case.
Same thing happened to me.
Yeah,
I had an incident like that too.
Oh, you go on. Yeah,
no, go ahead. I'm done.
Like, I want to hear what your story is.
Oh, so I was lazy, and I wasn't playing Total War for a bit. Like, I took like a month or two off, and because I was lazy, I just left my build on just whatever I left it on, which was the media build from Twisted in the Twilight. And so I was streaming something else where I was using screen sharing. We were watching one of the Games Workshop live streams, so I just let everyone see my screen. And at the very end of the stream, I was checking something, and I minimized my browser, and my Steam was up. And it was up for maybe 3 minutes. And in that 3 minutes, somebody noticed that it said Total War Warhammer, and then had something in parentheses next to it because I was on the old media build. And they screenshotted it, put it on Reddit, and were like, "Hey, look, new DLC's coming." And this happened like a few weeks ago, and it was like, no, there's no DLC coming.
Yeah, and did you see what happened to Mr. Smart Donkey? He was in a private Discord conversation, and he said, "Yeah, Warhammer 3 is coming." This is when the teasers were being dropped, and it was like, "Yeah, Warhammer 3 is about to be announced." And they screenshotted it and posted it all over Reddit. And, you know, Donkey got into I don't know if he got into trouble, but, you know, everyone was going on about that. So, you know, you guys don't make it easy for us to be able to talk to you guys about what's coming. Like, we really have to cover our bases. Luckily, CA is pretty good with this stuff at the moment. But that still means we shouldn't be careful about it. Because otherwise we'll just lose our privileges just because we gave a bit of crappy information. Like, if I told you where Rakarth is right now, does that really matter? Like, who really cares? It's not going to change a damn thing. Mr. Smart Donkey confirms it in his comment section, not in Discord. Either way, I don't know where exactly he did it. Whatever the point was, he confirmed it somewhere. Somebody screenshotted it, and then everybody found out.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, if that person who read it had just left it alone, then only a small portion of his community would have ever seen that comment, right? And then, like, a handful of people would have known. But that person took it upon themselves to screenshot it, posted all over Reddit, and then everybody found out.
Master of Warhammer, I don't...
Oh, sorry, you're absolutely right. Sorry, I got a super chat I got to read.
Go
Alexander Latchiev did a CZK, otherwise they get ahead of me and I lose track of them. Did a 100 CZK super chat. Hi Legend, started a new very hard difficulty campaign with Dirt 2 after a normal one, and man, the supply lines are killing me. Basically, you can't have armies. Do you think supply lines need rework? I think supply lines need to be nerfed for low economy factions. The 3 lowest economy factions are Wood Elves, Norska, and Greenskins. I think that Norska and Wood Elves get it the worst, especially Norska. Norska's got it really bad at the moment. Wood Elves, I've been able to work around it a little bit. It's okay. You just basically use doom stacks to circumvent having lots of armies. And
hey,
green skins. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I've basically answered it there. But thanks for super chat. Go on.
Chat, if you want to know where Rackheart starts, they just released it, so go look. It's on Twitter. Great fucking Grudges just put out his little spotlight video.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
How come he gets to do a focus?
They told us that in the Discord.
Yeah, I don't read the Discord. Oh, okay. Hang on, I'm gonna have a look at this. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, cool. How do you manage to get like a special earlier access thing?
They're doing like a thing now where they're get like every once in a while they're gonna select one of the content creators to do like a special advanced thing. I don't know. Ask you know who to ask about it.
Yeah. So I gotta get my hands on something like that for Warhammer 3.
No,
the moderators are cringe as fuck, just so you know. Oh, that's okay. Here you go. I'll make it easy for you. I'll make it so you can't speak anymore in the chat. No worries.
And banned.
Boom.
Always amazes me how some people just feel super entitled to just like walk in and just say a super shitty comment and think nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they expect. But, you know, I try to get a laugh out of it if I can.
Yep, that I can appreciate. Yeah, he starts in Albion. Yep.
Yes, he starts in Albion in
both campaigns.
Vortex and Model Reference, yeah.
So now you can be Dark Elves and start your campaign raiding the old world. It's great. It's fun.
Yeah, don't insult my moderators. Okay. Because you know what I find cringe? Insulting my moderators.
Amen to that.
Okay.
Phil McDonald, thanks for the super chat. Ricard should start an Altdorf trying to tame Deathclaw. Sure. I feel like that would... I'm sure that would go swimmingly, you know, trying to tame something while there's a dude with a hammer trying to swing at you. Oh, yeah, Master Warhammer. What I was going to say is, I saw your highlighted message, but no one in here is saying any playstyle is, like, bad. Play the game way you want to play it. If somebody asks Legend about, like, how to survive playing a campaign at a certain difficulty, like, that's one thing. But he's not, like, no one's saying not to play the game a certain way. Just do whatever you want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, yeah.
It's literally a single-player game. Nobody cares what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't care if you play however you want, but if you're asking me how do I survive or how do I do well in something, and I'm like Stormvermin suck, you know, don't be like, but I like Stormvermin. It's like, oh, that doesn't invalidate my point, you know. Okay. Tyler Hughes did a $5 super chat. The chill with that banhammer was on point. Love the content as always. Congrats on 350k subs. Oh yeah, I did reach 350k subs.
Nice, dude.
That? Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Another milestone crushed.
Yeah. I think yeah. He doesn't start in Albion if you play as Rakarth. And Rakarth doesn't start in Albion if you play as Nakai.
Well, so if you're not playing Nakai, he always starts in Lustria, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's what the AI is. The only way Nakai is in Albion is if you are playing Nakai. In which case, I think you do have to fight Rakarth pretty early now. I don't know. I have to check that. But Nakai hasn't moved. He's in the exact same spot he's always been.
Oops.
We're almost done. Almost done clearing off South Lustria. So close. And it's easy breezy from there.
I'd never be able to win that battle with this crappy army. Guess I'll bring him around over here. We'll go secure that province.
Yeah, that's an empty ruin.
Yeah, I know. I saw you abandon it. Yeah, they don't want to confederate anymore. Which it wasn't the right time for it, and maybe we'll get another opportunity later down the track.
I guess I'm gonna go punch.
I think I've done everything I can.
Teclis in the face after.
Oh, hang on, what's this? No, I didn't do any of that right now.
Okay.
Didn't you say you were going to shave your beard after the stream? Not that I'm complaining. Yes, I actually did intend to shave my beard. The weekend came and went, and I was like, I can't be bothered. Albion is actually a pretty dumb starting position. I agree. I hate Albion as a start position.
Goodbye.
Can I send you a disaster battle that doesn't ruin the campaign? Treatment versus Hurricane Marathi or not? Yeah, like I don't care if the battle itself is not the end of the world, as long as it's an interesting battle. So if I load up the save file and it's either unwinnable or just boring, then I probably won't do it. So the conditions that I pick a disaster battle on these days is it's got to be something that I feel like people are going to watch. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a waste of my time. And the other thing, it's got to be winnable. Like, it doesn't have to be easy, but it's got to be winnable. Sometimes people will send me in battles that are just so ridiculously unwinnable, there's no point fighting it. Like, I'm not going to achieve any better than anyone else is going to do. It's like if you send Greenskin minor settlement, minor walled settlement going up against 4 full armies of Skaven. I can't do anything about that. That's just too ridiculous. That kind of stuff, I reject that kind of stuff. Because this is pointless, it's just wasting time. You can full Doomstack with Mammoth with Rakarth. Okay, look, I'll tell you what, we'll cover this stuff tomorrow. Do you think we'll try to implement anti-cheese into the AI? No, I think CA is fine with cheese. I think they want to just balance it so that it's fun. I don't think they care about.
Yeah, getting rid of cheese just for the sake of it is a terrible decision.
Like I've let CA know about certain cheeses, and they're like, "Yeah, it's fine." They don't mind. They don't want game-breaking crap in the game for sure. Like for example,
will I do a lore video on Ricard? Yes, eventually.
They don't
at some point
in the game. But like Entrepreneur making the high elves a million gold by turn 200. That's fine. Abhishek Ranjan did a 500 rupee super chat, I think. I was just laughing at the answer. I don't want to get you into trouble. By the way, congrats at 350k subs. Thanks, dude. I didn't see anything that offended me. That's all good. Thanks.
How's Apex Centuries going? It's going.
Grudges shows in his video you can recruit monsters from other factions. Yes, that's true. Yep. I just shook my head at doom stacking with feral mammoths.
What's my favorite Warhammer god and why is it Sotek? Oh, what give you that idea? I mean, for me personally, the reason I like Sotek more than a lot of the other Warhammer gods is that we know a lot more about him in general. Like, he's very mysterious in that he was like the old ones see. How do I shorten this into a short answer? The TLDR is
Sotek. That's how you have to.
The TLDR is basically you have a god who is born to a faction that supposedly like did not have the ability to have, like, emotion or change or be able to really determine its own destiny outside of fulfilling prophecies. And Sotek kind of, like, took the Lizardmen and shook them up really, really hard and made them into something a lot more interesting because they become much more, not necessarily emotional, but at the same time, yes. They're not automatons. And he also is a god that you get to see born through just mass, brutal, ritualistic slaughter, which is just awesome.
Connor did a £2 super chat. Bite your tongue too hard, you'll take it off.
That is true. Yes.
Thank you for the super chat. Here's the 350k more. Alright, thanks. Look, I hope you guys are entertained. But yeah.
Did the stream die for a little bit?
I'm aware he gets feral mammoths.
No, I don't think so.
I'm aware of it. He doesn't get war mammoths.
Nope, just feral ones.
Just feral ones. Did you ever see me feral mammoth doomstack as Norska? No. There's a big difference between feral mammoths and war mammoths.
How strong is Hashit? He's reasonably strong.
Pintarik did a €5 super chat. Will you do a little guide or update on where the new Dark Elf Lord ranks compared to the others? Hey, Sotek, love your content. I'm thinking about doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for super chat. I'm thinking about doing like a Legendary Lord comparison. What would it be? An amendment?
Sounds like a cool name.
Yeah, because I've already done a Legendary Lord comparison. Like I'm pretty sure I know where I would put him.
Yeah, Darius, you can send me something. I might not check until the stream's over.
I'm thinking about it. I guess I'll decide within the next day or so.
Quick lore video? It's coming.
Gotta love this settlement type. Huge blind spot.
Could Nakai beat Hashit in an arm wrestling contest? No. Yeah. Hashit's a god. Nakai is a big boy, but he's not a god.
Doesn't look like it. No. We made a video about Rakath already. Great Book of Grudges.
How big / not big am I on 40k? I know enough about 40k that if someone is talking about the deep lore, I can understand what they're talking about and follow along. I don't consider myself a lore master on 40k because I don't care enough about it to, like, keep up. Like, I do like Tyranids a good bit, and I know enough to understand all the races, but, like, I don't know a lot of the nitty-gritty stuff, and I really do not know a lot about, like, the Imperium, because I think the Imperium is the least interesting aspect of 40k, which is why I don't care about it that much as a setting, because the Imperium makes up 99% of the Imperium.
Wouldn't you love to live in an Imperium setting? It's like it's everything that humanity's been working towards for the last, several thousand years.
Just a super hardcore fascist empire of just horrible death and destruction and suffering. Oh yes, just the best.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to live in that? Yeah. If we promise to watch your video anyway, how good do you think Rakath is? I can't tell you that now. Yeah. No, just because, look, Great Book of Grudges got special permission to release a video on it. I can't talk about it until tomorrow.
Lizardman 0702. I mean, no, Skaven have always been part of the, like, Chaos, like, they are a Chaos race. They're part of, like, Chaos Squad. However, the Skaven, basically, in the end times, they officially teamed up with Chaos, but it was kind of like a meaningless gesture, because the Skaven have always had, like, kind of a backstabby relation. Like, they've been, like, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies of Chaos. It just depends. And that's continued on in AOS. Like, in Age of Sigmar, the Skaven were friends with Chaos, and then Chaos started murdering everybody, like backstabbing everybody, and the Skaven were like, okay, fuck you guys, we're gonna go make our own team. And we're kind of waiting for the Skaven to actually do anything big in AOS right now. But, like, the Skaven have always been on Team Chaos, they're just not the most reliable teammate.
Yeah. It's kind of like having me on your team.
I think you mean me. I've dragged us into so many wars.
Yeah, but you haven't done it intentionally. If I did it, it's intentional.
My deadliness comes through stupidity.
Yeah. So it's hard to get angry at someone when they, when they make an accident. It's maliciousness that you have to be like, hey, that's a dick move. Which is what I've done in previous co-op campaigns.
Hell Pit's been invaded a bunch by Chaos. That's true, but Hell Pit has also made a bunch of allegiance or pacts and treaties with Chaos. Like, that's why I said it's been back and forth. Sometimes Skaven work alongside Chaos, sometimes they fight against Chaos. It just depends on who is leading both sides and what their objectives are.
Don't think you're safe now that you have 350k. Congrats. My guy, hope to see you at 500k soon. Alright, thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
Eldar GF.
I look forward to seeing you at 50 subs. I'm aware of just short of XP. We chat on Discord sometimes. Marco Antonio Guerra Molano did a €5 super chat. Hey Legend, any tips on how to deal with Beastman's Monsters, Bretonia, Heavy Cav, and Tomb King's early campaign? Great stream, by the way.
Thanks for the stretch, Redeem.
Bretonia,
stretch.
yeah, just spears. Like, if
get out of your
skeletons. Go skeleton
move
spears
around.
and skeleton swords. You get a better use out of them because, like, neither of them are going to really dish out any damage anyway to infantry. So you get better stats that are more useful from the skeleton spears because they have anti-large, and that's going to be a bit more of a concern for you. They also have higher melee defense, which means that they're going to protect the archers for longer. As for Beastmen, yeah, going up against Beastmen in the early game as Tomb Kings sucks because you can't really get any good units until you get to at least tier like 3. And even then, the tier 3 units in the Tomb King roster is garbage. You have to overwhelm your enemies with numbers, which is difficult to do when you can only recruit one army at the beginning of the campaign. My advice is, if you're having trouble with Tomb Kings, do nothing. You just have to do nothing. Don't feel like you have to do anything. If it's too difficult, just protect your capital and wait until you've got another dynasty unlocked, or wait until you grow your province. Because yeah, like going up against a Cygor on turn 20 as Tomb Kings, that's just not fair. They can't deal with it.
Darius Ferrer, thanks so much for the super chat, my dude. Hope you have a great day, and sorry, Eldrin, for going behind your back. Also, hello to Legend. Darius, I saw your Discord message, and you poor bastard. I'm glad you're getting into the hobby. I hope that's not your first model you're ever painting, just because that's going to be a really intimidating project unless you just have like balls of steel. But I wish you the best of luck with your journey.
Elma Sai did a $2 super chat. What is the one word to summarize Nehekara Warriors? Skip. Nick Norton did a $2 super chat. Hello, Sotek and Legend. Hope your days are good. Alright, thanks guys for the super chats. Appreciate you both.
Who created the armor of the Blood Dragons? Blood Dragon Knights, it depends on the individual Blood Dragon. A lot of them have their armor from when they were knights in life, and they just altered like the coloring of it, either through sorcery or conventional means. The Blood Dragons are the Blood Knights. So...
Yeah, no, sorry. I was being stupid. I meant, like, never mind.
Okay.
I mean, what order are the knights in life?
Oh, well, most of them...
I was being silly. Sorry.
Well, no, there actually is an answer to that, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, most of what we know as Blood Knights come from a group of a Imperial Knight Order that was known as the Order Draconis that got corrupted by Wallach Harkin. Because he showed up to their keep.
I thought I was going to do a stupid question, and you actually had a good answer for it. How about that?
Doesn't always happen, but sometimes.
Any recommendations for Vlad? Yeah, win battles. That's always good.
That'll do it.
Yeah. You might want to be a bit more specific. Happy to answer the question, but, Just be a bit more specific. I had 40 tries before I had a good start as Archon. Any tips for campaigns as Archon? Again, Archon is probably the one that you really have to just... If you can't beat the initial forces of the Knights of the Flame, my advice is to just hang around Wizard Kelly's Palace and just cross your fingers and pray for turn 15, basically. That's all you have to do, because once you've got a second army, there's a lot more you can do with it, but one army, like if you're playing on Legendary difficulty, and you charge in on turn, 3 into the Knights of the Flame, they're already stronger than you. So it's a difficult situation to deal with, which is why it was one of the top-rated difficult campaigns when I did that. This will be my last card.
Undertaker, if you want to see a group of nerds get super angry and upset and start arguing with each other, go walk into a forum that's that revolves around Warhammer Fantasy or the Total War forums, and go in there and ask them, hey, are the Blood Dragon vampire counts named that, or is their bloodline named that because of Wallach Harkin turning the Order Draconis, or are they named that for a different reason? And just watch them destroy each other in rage. It happens every single time. It's a super contentious thing among the vampire count fandom, which is hilarious to me because it doesn't ultimately matter, but man, they get their panties in a twist about it.
Wow.
I think the only Warhammer Fantasy fandom that is more toxic than the vampire count fans on average are the Dark Elf fans. Not to say all those people are, but you know.
I feel like the Total War Warhammer community is pretty chill by comparison to others.
They are, by a long shot.
Hey, how about we go join the Mordhau Discord?
Or League of Legends. No, when it comes to video games, yeah. I actually had a discussion with this, with Great Book of Grudges on stream, on a stream we did about a week back, and it's like, yeah, no, the Total War Warhammer community is very, very chill compared to a lot of gaming communities. Just stay away from the Total War forums.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
I mean, what should I rush? Should I just spam skellies or try doom stacking? Yeah, just spam skellies. I don't recommend doom stacking.
Home Slicer, thanks so much for using your Prime sub here, dude. Appreciate it.
Unless you want to. It's not efficient. Their best units are by far their heroes, and if you want to be efficient with the vampire accounts, you want to be recruiting as many heroes with good traits as possible. Because that's their true strength. Their actual units are just
Yeet
rubbish.
on me, Pappy69. Nice. Thanks for using your Prime sub here, dude. Appreciate it.
I dare you to go on that forum and use that bait right now and show us results on stream. I have no interest in causing outrage. I don't enjoy it. I'm not interested.
How about y'all do it?
Yeah, my days of causing outrage deliberately are well and truly over. It's like, it did not bring me any joy to do any of that kind of stuff. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that stuff again. Like, if I know that there's a...
I'm doing alright, Hugh. Hope you're doing good.
I'll avoid it. Not interested in doing that.
I don't want to... Hey, Sotek, I don't want to ask you to break an NDA, but can I confirm Pontus in Total War Warhammer 3? Yes, that's the one thing I'm willing to risk my career over is... Yes, Pontus is in Warhammer 3. And it's meant... You have to...
And you will want to play it.
Yeah, you actually have to play as them. You have to beat a Mortal Empire... Or they're going to call it Immortal Empires. And you have to beat the entire thing. You have to paint the entire map with Pontus before you're allowed to play any other race.
I don't think I've ever expanded this much with Lizardmen while still only having rubbish armies. This is what, number 4 or 5 province that's consolidated?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess it's because I don't need to worry about my flanks so much because I know you're on one of them. Because usually I take a few territories and then just watch my neighbors and just keep whacking them back until I've reached tier 4, and then the real conquest begins.
What college gave me a PhD in Warhammer Fantasy? It wasn't a college. It was me sacrificing my childhood and social skills to.
No, it was the College of Heavens.
College of Heavens. Yeah, sure. I was at the Imperial Colleges of Magic.
Yeah. Look, they ask a silly question, give a silly answer.
When they put out the hints about Total War Warhammer 3, about that Celestial Mage that we did all the videos on and stuff, that was actually one of my professors. Which dwarf legendary lore do I find the most interesting? I find Thoric Ironbrow the most interesting as far as like what he's trying to accomplish.
I don't know anything about Thoric.
He's the most powerful of the current rune lords that still is young enough to go to battle, even though he's pretty old.
Have you made a video on him?
Not yet.
That's why I don't know anything about him.
The thing I really like about him is where most dwarfs are under the idea that like they can't do anything to bring back the Golden Age, Thoric Ironbrow vehemently disagrees with that. He doesn't believe in newfangled technology, like he hates the Engineers Guild and doesn't think that the dwarves should be using things that their ancestors didn't rely on. But he is obsessed with rediscovering ancient rune lore, and his biggest obsession is trying to find where the ancestor gods are. And he actually figures out where they are during the end times, but unfortunately when he goes to wake up Valea, he runs into Neferata and he dies during that fight.
Speaking of Golden Age, we had a Golden Age for Total War back in 2004 to 2007, and we haven't had one since. But I want to declare that we're currently in another Golden Age of Total War. This is the second Golden Age right now.
Nice. I would imagine lizard lads have their own colleges. No, lizardmen are born or spawn knowing everything they need to know because they cheat. They're programmed by spawning pools, which sounds super nice. I would love if I was just born and just knew everything I needed to be successful in life.
That's not fun.
Well, like, you can learn other stuff once you're alive and stuff. It's like, oh man, that would just take so much stress out of life.
Yeah, I guess. I keep saying I'm hoping to become a cyborg later in life.
There are some pretty cool things out there.
Replace my organic body with a synthetic one so that I can live on.
The flesh is weak!
Not to do anything specific, just to keep playing games. I wholeheartedly agree.
Why'd you become immortal? I just wanted to keep playing Total War.
Yeah, I just want to keep playing Total War. Oh man, Total War Rome 5 and it still sucks. Reinvolvent? Whatever. You're never gonna have anyone totally agree on anything. On everything, I mean. But yeah, I think we're in the next few years. I think we're gonna see the best that Creative Assembly's released in the past decade, and it's gonna be really, really good stuff. Not everyone's gonna think that, but I think Total War has hit a peak in terms of satisfaction.
Looks like most of my chat agrees with you.
Yeah, I'd say that the people who are unsatisfied are the people who aren't playing the new Total War games, which I feel sorry for them, but if you're not playing the games, it's kind of like
another wretched
there's more, like when the first Golden Age happened, there were only 2 other Total War games, and so I'm sure there were people who I actually remember when back in
Nate greater than 8, thanks so much for getting a tier 1 sub, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Enjoy the emotes and all that jazz, my dude.
Shogun 1 and Medieval 1, those are the real Total War games. So no matter when you've been a Total War fan, apart from when Shogun 1 first came out, there's always going to be somebody that disagrees with you about your favorite Total War game. It's always going to happen. But I think the level of satisfaction of Total War Warhammer is on par with what we saw with Rome 1 and Medieval 2. Like, because I was around during Rome 1 and Medieval 2. Like, there was just immense satisfaction. And we're seeing that now again. You know, I've also been around for Rome 2. That was not satisfaction. Even Attila, there was not complete unanimity between satisfaction. It's the same thing with Three Kingdoms. It was not. It was like, yeah, this is good, but it wasn't
KD, there's going to be a video coming out really soon that's going to paint a big picture of that. So
get there in time.
I would encourage you to hang in there till then. Because I won't do it as good of justice as I will in that video.
I can't build anti-corruption. So...
Oh, where's there going to be a rebellion? Altar of the Horned Rat?
Yeah.
I got it. I'll head over there.
You've got your own rebellion to deal with. You should go deal with that.
It'll take me 1 turn to get them. Maybe
no,
2.
I can sort this out. I got money. Don't you worry. I got it. I'm just sick of having to deal with these damn revolts. That's all.
Alright.
I'm sick of tired of these motherfucking rats in this motherfucking jungle.
Someone clip that. Legend hates rats now. It's official.
I hate rats that don't listen to my command. Okay.
Well, I make a video on Thorax soon.
I'll be able to manage it. It costs a bit, but I'll
not
manage it.
Super soon,
All
but
right.
yes, at some point.
Let's move on.
Absolutely.
Do you think they should bring back watchtowers and forts from Rome 1? Not exactly, but I think a similar mechanic. This is what I think. If they're gonna bring back forts, I would be sorry. Let's start with watchtowers. If they're gonna bring back watchtowers, I think that'd be good, as long as watchtowers can be destroyed. I think watchtowers need to have the ability to be destroyed. As for forts, yes, I think they should bring back like you can actually build a fort in a certain location, but it really needs to be different from how it was in Rome 1 and Medieval 2, because forts were something that it crippled the AI completely. If you utilized forts correctly, it was a really cheap way to basically tell the AI, no, you cannot have anything. Because they were very bad at dealing with forts. What's the best solution for siege attackers with early game bad Gandalf? Can you... Best solution would be to try to recruit something that's got siege attacker. Otherwise, you just have to lay siege and build rams and towers. Because yeah, Heinrich Himmler never gets siege attacker. Neither do necromancers. I think White Kings. Do White Kings damage walls?
I think maybe Banshees do. It's definitely not White Kings. White Kings assault garrisons.
Yeah, so Banshees tier 4. It's probably the earliest thing that you can recruit that will have siege attacker is a crypt horror. So maybe rush a crypt horror.
I need to get better units. I could get some Saurus.
Raise dead crypt horror for early game. Yeah, if you can manage to find some. You know what? Because you go up against Bretonia, they as in Artois, they have a tendency of recruiting assloads of peasants, right? So just wait for them to pull a bunch of peasants in. What's the other settlement in Artois?
I think we'll get some Saurus, and then we'll go do the quest battle next turn.
Yeah, just row. Wait for them to recruit a bunch of peasants there, kill them, and just get the dead piling up, and then go with the Cryptora. You can make the attack then. Do you think they'll rework sieges for Warhammer 3? They said they were gonna rework sieges, but we don't know exactly what that means.
Have I tried the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings tabletop? No. It's really expensive playing one setting in tabletop. I do not have the finances or the care, honestly, to take up more tabletop games than I already have.
Do you think Rakarth gets the best Dark Elf units as starter units? Can't answer that. Sorry. Wish I could. I'll answer it tomorrow. Most high elf faction. Most what high elf faction?
Just which is the most high elf.
Do you like?
Is the 1,000 Maws a lore factor, and was it just made for the game? It's essentially just made for the game to represent Rakarth. Like, the 1,000 Maws is basically just them being like, hey, this is Karan Kar Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Do I think we'll ever get the ability to create our own garrison? Maybe? I don't know if that's ever been done before. It would be cool, though.
Yeah. It's Rome 1, Medieval 2, Empire, Total War, Shogun 2, Napoleon.
There you go. So, hopefully.
With auto garrison. So it's a fairly recent thing. You used to recruit your own garrison units. Ah, good. The star has been revealed already. We know which starter units he gets. Yeah, that's fine. I just... Look, I don't want to... That's fine. I don't want to answer any questions about Rakarth until tomorrow, okay? I'm just going to play it safe. I'm not going to let you guys trick me into something. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's just... Yeah, yeah. Anyway. What's your idea, Vampire Legendary Lord roster? The ideal army for a Vampire account would be Vampire Lord. Actually, I prefer the Lamian Lords the most. I think they're the best. The Lamian Lord, a Necromancer, a Vampire, a Mortis Engine, and then the rest of them Skeleton Spears. That is just exactly what's right up my alley. There's gonna keep being revolts here. Because of the corruption. We could build this now.
What's a good way to get into mini painting? Just get into it? There's not, I mean... The best way to get into like Age of Sigmar or 40k is to buy one of like the start collecting boxes. Though I would not ever buy them directly from a GW. That's going to usually be too expensive. You can buy them off eBay or from like a third-party store, and you'll get like massive discounts. But I would always also like look up someone analyzing the box to make sure it's good value.
Man, I cannot get Ultra of the Horned Rat under control. I have to build this one here just to negate that damn corruption, because we don't have any base Untainted here, and I haven't researched anything that can give me base Untainted. Building Public Order isn't enough. I'm gonna need... Yeah, I'm gonna need Shrine of the Old Ones, or that, or maybe that one... No, let's do that. Oh. Ryan Bush did a $5 super chat. Any tips for hunting down beastmen? Last faction I need to destroy for my Empire victory. Basically just want to keep an eye on them. The thing is about beastmen is that they hide, so try to look for chaos corruption in local areas and then go into ambush stance and just wait for them to show their heads. You have to bait them out somehow because they're such cowards. Like, here's the thing. The AI beastmen know full well that they are shit. They will not make any ballsy attacks. They are not going to take on your doom stack. They're going to wait for you to leave a quarter of a stack moving between one settlement that's on force march. So check to see your regions where the chaos corruption is, you know, from local characters. Recruit a lord by his own. Level 1, put him out on force march, have an army nearby in ambush stance, let that lord die, and then next turn kill that beastman army.
Another stretch! Jesus.
You just have to give them bait.
I'll stretch here in a minute, because I'm going to go downstairs and grab something.
I think...
Will I play the new FLC Lord tomorrow? Yes. I imagine every single content creator on the entire website will be doing so.
Not all of them.
Most of them. Hi, Drake.
I meant, what vampire legendary lords would you like to see in the
Chat,
game?
make sure you're drinking water.
Remove legendary lords from the game. This is why I keep saying, guys, you've got to be specific with your question. More than happy to answer that, but I didn't interpret it as that. Okay. What vampire account legendary lord do I want to see? Neferata would be next, and I think Neferata is coming. I would like to see Abarash, but I think that's unlikely. I think that Nagash counts as a vampire account lord. Because technically the vampire account faction is called the Undead. This is why you've got Helmut Gorst and Heinrich Kemmler as legendary lords, and they're not vampires. Is Wasoran still alive? He's dead, right?
Yeah, the big Necrarch baddie is Zacharias the Everliving.
Yeah.
Who is my favorite vampire.
Okay, so that could be good to see. I don't want to see any Strigoi legendary lords because they'll be like Nakai tier shit.
CF Bummer, why did I just get a ban me? Oh, so that's the point system. there are certain, like, if you earn enough points by just interacting in chat, you get the ability to do things, which I need to add some more stuff to it, but one of them options is to ask to be banned temporarily. Listen, people just requested it, I don't know why, so it's there for people that that are into that.
Does Helmut Gorst need a Necromancer in his army? No one needs a Necromancer in their army, it's just...
They're great support heroes, though.
They're just a good support, yeah. Especially if you've got loads of skeletons. Necromancers really boost skeletons by a lot if they're on a corpse cart.
While you fight this, I'm going to go grab something from downstairs.
Yeah, no worries.
Chat, I'll be right back. Make sure you stretch, chat. Get your asses up. Get your asses out of your chair. Stretch.
Putting them together.
Go drink some water. Walk around.
I understand.
Move your
Trust
blood.
me, I bumble my words just as much as anybody else. But the whole point of communication is to leave as little up for interpretation as possible. So, you know, I'm more than happy to answer your questions, but if you're going to be vague, it leaves room for interpretation. And, like, I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not a mind reader. So if you can be as clear and concise as possible, that would really help me answering your question. It's the same thing with your situations. Like, when you say, hey, Legend, I'm in trouble in my campaign. What do I do? I don't fucking know. You know? Be specific. The more specific you are, the better I can answer it. Just keep that in mind. Because I want to answer your questions. You know. For the most part. Have you ever played with PewDiePie? I wasn't sure because he donated to you that one time. I've never played with PewDiePie. So no. We just had a very weird conversation one time. That's it. I'm going to wait till they generate more magic before I cast anything. Oh, I got regen now. Okay, cool. Is there a way to re-roll Lamian Lord traits, or are you stuck with what it gives you? You can't re-roll it, but you can save scum it. So what you can do is save the game. So, this is how you do it. Besiege a settlement. If you're playing a legendary, besiege a settlement.
Come over here first.
The game saves.
Come here.
Then
Come here.
Unlock a Lamian Lord. Check to see what their trait is. If it's disciplined, keep it. If it's not,
you want to say hi?
Game, okay? And hit attack the settlement again. Don't attack it, just besiege it. The game will save again.
Hold on.
And then hit the Lamian Lord, and you'll get a different trait. And then you just keep re-rolling that until you get the desired trait. You know, whether it's Lord Keeper, disciplined, you can't get knowledgeable from it. But yeah, you can re-roll it.
She woke up from her nap.
You can save scum it, you can't re-roll it. Imperial Fist at a $5 super shout. Why Nagash is a vampire lord? If Arkin is a Tomb King, so should Nagash, if he's added into the game? No, I don't really agree with that. I don't really agree.
You doing okay?
No. Like, Nagash and Arkin the Black are not the same thing. They're really not. Like, Nagash is so far beyond being a Tomb King.
What are you doing? You just hanging out? Yeah.
Like, think of it like this. Nagash
How old is Chloe now? Chloe is
Arkin the Black
10 years old.
Commands all of Nagash's Tomb King's followers.
There you go.
Right? Hence they're called followers of Nagash. All of the Tomb King's followers, you know, all constructs.
There you go, chat. You were blessed this day.
Skeleton warriors.
You were blessed this day.
That are loyal to Nagash are under the command of Arkan the Black. And Nagash...
How long are you banned for? Like 5 minutes?
He has legendary lords...
Save your points, though. I'm going to be putting in new stuff.
That are his plaything that command certain factions. And I think he fits far more into the vampire... Not the vampire, the undead roster as opposed to Tomb Kings. Because in many ways, Nagash is the father of both the vampire count and the Tomb King races. He's kind of the father of both of them. Kind of. Maybe Sotek should...
No, Nagash created all undead. Granted, the Tomb Kings were not on purpose, but they still happened.
Yeah. So I feel like he fits more under the... Okay, they've run out of ammo with that. He fits way better as a vampire lord.
I would say if they're going to do Nagash, they need to do Nagash right. Which, if they're going to do Nagash, he should lead his own kind of pseudo-race called Undead Legions, where he just gets all the undead.
Yeah, but that would be a fourth undead race.
Essentially, yeah.
And they haven't yet done cross-race confederations, so I feel like it would... I don't know, it's a really tricky thing, because he should be able to confederate Arkan the Black, but he also should be able to confederate, like, the vampire accounts, like Manfred and Vlad.
My idea for him would be, if you were going to do Nagash, and I think wanted to make him really cool, but not just, like, busted the instant you start the campaign, what I would do is have it where Nagash starts off really weak, because, like, he's only recently, like, reformed his physical form or whatever, and he doesn't have any of his artifacts. And so you have to go out and get all his artifacts. You have to go get his armor, you have to go get his sword, his staff, and all the 9 books of Nagash. And as you acquire the different components, he basically, like, tiers up, and you get to confederate or take over one of the undead races. So, like, if you get his armor, for instance, and you complete that first big story objective, you get control over the vampire counts. And then if you do the second big objective, you get control over the vampire coast. And if you get the last big objective, you get control over the Tomb Kings. And it's about going out to, like, collect your 9 Mortarks and build up to be, like, super big bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And it should be like a really crazy, over-the-top global domination kind of campaign. It should just be lots of fun. Like, as long as he doesn't come out of the gate being grotesquely overpowered, I don't care how powerful he gets over the course of the campaign.
Okay, here's an interesting point. But isn't the formula Nagash created that made people immortal the same that made the Tomb Kings, but the formula that made the vampires was botched version of the original? No, not really. I'm pretty sure Nagash didn't share the elixir, the true elixir of life with anybody. The Tomb Kings are an accident. He didn't create the Tomb Kings. He tried to kill the Tomb Kings. As in, he tried to kill the Nehekara. And they just happened to come back to life because it was botched.
Essentially, yeah.
The vampires, yes, he did create the vampires by giving them a flawed recipe for the elixir of life.
Close.
Because he didn't want to... sort of.
Yeah, so yeah. The TLDR is that Nagash... So you have to remember, Nagash is like a greedy asshole that doesn't believe in free will. If Nagash had his way, all forms of free will other than his own would be completely wiped out. And everything would just be an extension of him. That's his ultimate end goal. But the big thing for him was that the way that vampires happened is when Nagash was defeated the first time, he had already drank the elixir of immortality. Like, he made himself a true immortal, in the sense that even if you destroy his body, he doesn't actually die. He just kind of, like, takes a while to reform himself. But after he ran away during the fall, after the big civil war where the Nehekaran kings kicked the crap out of him, Neferata, who was a really politically powerful queen down in Lamia, pulled some shenanigans that allowed her to get a hold of Nagash's books, but not all of them, just some of them. So because she didn't have all of Nagash's books, her version of the Elixir of Immortality was flawed. She tried to recreate his masterpiece, but she didn't have all his research, and so the version that she made had problems. And the problem was that, sure, it makes you immortal and really, really powerful, but you need blood or you at the very least you have to subsist off dark magic, but you need blood to continue to exist. And then the Tomb Kings were an accident of Nagash after a big war where he defeated Nehekara and killed everyone in Nehekara with the exception of the Lich Priests and Alcadazar, who he wanted to humiliate because Nagash is an asshole. Nagash tried to cast a ritual that had two components. The first was that it was going to kill everybody on the planet, and then it was going to resurrect everybody on the planet as his undead thralls. But while he was in the middle of casting it, Alcadazar got freed by the Skaven, and given one of the most devastating weapons in the universe, which was a blade made out of pure warpstone that was enchanted with every single death curse the Skaven could possibly think of. And he used that to surprise Nagash, who was in the middle of casting his ritual, and chopped him up into a bunch of little pieces. So because the ritual got interrupted, it was kind of like if you were trying to charge a giant machine, and then someone chopped the wire so there was like a big short, and a part of the machine came online. So the Tomb Kings were all resurrected by Nagash's ritual, but they were not under his thrall because he got obliterated, and they were all just kind of like, oh, we're back alive now, and it caused a whole bunch of shenanigans. Nagash probably has like the most illegitimate children of any creator in Warhammer Fantasy, and he hates all of them.
Who knows more lore, Sotek or Major Kill? Oh, definitely Sotek.
When it comes to fantasy, yes, I think Major Kill knows a good deal more about 40k than I do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. What are you thinking about attacking next? Do you want to start doing rituals?
Yeah, we can. I don't know if I'm able to attack the Ritual Invasion army. I'm going to try, but the next thing I'm going to do...
you know, it would actually be better to... Hang on. I think I should take on the Awakened next, because they're looking a bit not friendly.
Okay. I'm going to go after Teclis, but I'm going to do a quest battle first.
Teclis. Okay, just don't drag me into it, because I have a trade agreement. You better not, I'll lose all my reliability. And then
yeah, no, me and the dwarves are going to team up on him.
Okay.
Yeah, Disar, that is actually a recurring theme. Including what just happened in Age of Sigmar, Nagash's attempt to take over the planet has been thwarted 3 times, and every single time it was because of the Skaven. Nagash hates the Skaven because they always show up at the last possible second to stop him.
Why can coast zombies use guns? That's definitely a question for Sotek.
The kind of like hand wavy excuse that is given is that, so when you're dealing with vampire count undead, vampire counts, the way you animate a corpse using necromancy depends a lot on like investment. Like if you want to resurrect a corpse that's capable of complex mechanisms, like shooting a gun and reloading it and firing it again, and like aiming, then you want to pour a lot more animus and attention into that zombie so that it's capable of performing those functions. Traditional vampire counts don't give a crap about that. Their goal is just to have as many bodies on the battlefield as possible, and then they focus a lot of their like nitty-gritty details into like their wights and spirits and stuff like that. So their zombies and skeletons only know the most basic functions, which is just to stumble forward and stab. And be cannon fodder, generally. Vampire Coast zombies, though, are all built from sailors who have died and drowned off the Vampire Coast, or other places in the world. So, when they were alive, their skill set was that of sailors, meaning they knew how to use guns. And so when the Vampire Coast resurrect their zombies, they tend to resurrect them with enough animus to know how to continue to perform that function that they had in life. The reason Vampire Count Undead don't do that as much is because a lot of their dead are ancient, landlocked undead, so the only things they did in life were chop people up in melee, or at the most advanced weaponry they probably had was bows and arrows, which don't work super well with undead because you have to dedicate a lot more attention to it. But like the Tomb Kings, for instance. Tomb Kings have a lot of archer undead because that's what they were really, really good at in life. And Tomb Kings have basically held on to their most basic functions. So they kind of just perform the roles that they had in life, unless you're dealing with a more advanced type of Tomb King, like an actual Tomb Guard or Tomb Prince or something like that, in which case they have much more sophisticated options. Because when they died, their funeral rites were performed much more intricately and in-depth, so they were capable of a lot more. But the TLDR is just, how much do you want to invest in your troops? And for the Vampire Coasts care more about investing in their legions than the Vampire Counts do.
Sure, that was a good explanation. This is why you go to Sotek if you want an answer like that, because I don't know. I just make up crap. Oh yeah, I don't know. Do you like the diplomacy in Warhammer 2, or do you hope for a change in Warhammer 3? I feel like it needs a bit of a change. I don't really care that much. I think the diplomacy is better than it used to be. There's definitely issues with it. It's a bit simplistic and in some ways frustrating. But I'm worried that if they add too much complexity into it, it could collapse the entire system. So sometimes keeping it simple is the best option. Given that there's like 15 different races, but if they can manage to actually do a good functional diplomacy for Warhammer 3, I would definitely want to see that. I'm just concerned. This is the thing with Warhammer 3, right? I think Warhammer 2 is great. It's a solid 9.5 out of 10 game. I'm worried that CA will get too ambitious, try to do too much, and fail, and it will end up not being a 9.5. It might end up being like a 9 or an 8.5 because things don't work. So
yeah, please don't No Man's Sky Warhammer 3.
Yeah. So if they can manage to pull it off, awesome, thumbs up. But I'm not pushing for it, right? All I want out of Warhammer 3 is 6 or 7 new races to play. If that's all they do, I'm happy. Anything extra is bonus. And also fix a couple of bugs.
Like okay, let's go get that plaque.
Oh, this is a quest battle, right?
Big Red Bear, thanks for the tip, my dude. Nagash is a hole of a man. Looks like he likes the Skaven as much as Skaven likes Sotek. Which bit bags do I think we're going to see in Warhammer 3, by the way? I think Warhammer 3 is going to start by focusing mostly just around the demon big bads, and then we're probably going to see it expand to, like, mortal warriors of the various gods. But it's probably going to be mostly focused on chaos, with, I think, one of the last DLCs is going to bring out Nagash, and then from there, we will hopefully... I mean, I would be happy with them to introduce new races. I mean, obviously we're going to see the Chaos Dwarves, but I consider that part of the whole, like, oh, you know, it's going to be focused on Chaos. But, like, I would love to see the Snakemen of Koresh. The Naga, I think, would be a really, really cool entry into the universe of Total War. But whether or not they do that is up to Games Workshop, I think, more than anything else.
Legend Warhammer was not 9.5 out of 10 on launch. No, it wasn't. But it is now. So, like, Warhammer 2... at launch was better than Warhammer 1. I would like to see Warhammer 3 be as good. Like if Warhammer 3 comes out and it's like a complete mess, that all that means is that I'm going to be playing Warhammer 2 until Warhammer 3 is fixed. I don't want that. I'm actually really surprised you're doing this battle right now, because isn't this like really tough?
The AI is a little funky on this one. Like it does a lot of silly stuff.
Alright, well, we'll see. If you think you got it, I've only fought this battle like once before. Imperial Fist at a $5 super chat. What is a good way for Belagar Ironhammer to take on Skaven early in the game? Take Skaven blood before turn 40? My advice is to not fight Skaven at all if you can avoid it. That would be the top bit of advice. The second thing is, I guess if you can manage to take Skaven Blight, that's very impressive, because that's not going to be easy to do. Like, if you jump in the underway to jump over to Skaven Blight, you're going to get ambushed, right? And there's going to be so many menace belows you have to deal with. So, I don't play Belagar Ironhammer enough to be able to provide advice for that. The best advice I can give is just don't fight Skaven. Focus on taking Karakay Peaks back and just let Tilia and Astalia deal with the Skaven, Clan Scryer. Skaven Blight is so hard to hold and provides no money. Yeah, that's true, but it's not about... Well, it's hard to hold at first if you leave it with no garrison. If you decide to take Skaven Blight, the whole point of that is to get rid of Clan Scryer. And then you have to hold on to it long enough so that you can get rid of all the Skaven corruption. Once you've got rid of the Skaven corruption, you should be okay. I mean, just don't tax it and build public order buildings and you should be okay, even on legendary difficulty. You could also just blow it up. Again, not also recommended. I find it really cool if there was a bit more interactivity with the world map, like unique items to be found at specific historic locations in the map to make sure you go look for them. Yeah, well, I'm sure CA is going to do something. We'll see. The thing is, the world of Warhammer is a world where there's like limitless possibilities. There's no way CA can do everything, and everybody's got an idea on what they think they want in the game, but we'll just have to wait and see. Rakarth is like Imrik, but easier. Rakarth is not like Imrik. How about Sotek? I think you're biting off a bit more than you can chew here. Should we put a bet down?
That's up to you.
No, I'm pretty sure you're gonna lose this, but I don't want to lose any more money. It's tax time at the moment. I'm poor again. Three-quarters of the year I feel rich, and then this time of year comes around, I'm like, oh man, I'm broke again. Oh well. I need Spiff coin to go up. Been going sideways for weeks now. What faction are you looking forward to most of Warhammer 3? Probably Cinch. Curious to see what they do with Cathay though. Fantasy China sounds interesting. We'll have to wait and see. What's Rakarth's deal? He's an evil dragon tamer like Imrik, but he flays people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, it's like Ramsay Snow, except he's hundreds of years old. I'm totally gonna get a master and name it Reek. I'll get a fire wizard. Name it Sam. No, I'm not gonna do that. Has he got this? Has he got it? It's not looking terrible.
You still doubt me?
I don't know. I don't think it's guaranteed win just yet. There's still a fair number of them remaining. Connor did a £2 super chat. Get a squig and name it Reek. You reckon? Well, we'll see. Thanks for super chat, dude. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think you're gonna win by a very small margin. I think you might actually have this. Yeah, I think their leadership is what's gonna let them down.
Classic Skaven.
But yeah, this is a major kill victory if I've ever seen it. Ooh. It's so close, it's really hard to tell. The fact that you've still got the Bastilled on Arc of Sotek, I think, is pretty much ensured that you'll win. Because that can take on huge numbers of infantry. Oh man, I'll tell you what, you might win the battle, but your army's gone.
I don't need them anymore. I have no more threats.
That's a very Skaven thing to say.
They're just skinks.
Yeah, fair enough. Or I can get a good plus and try and win.
And you doubted me.
No,
Good
I haven't dealt with that stuff in years, so.
I should have insisted on the bet.
No, I wasn't going to make another bet after yesterday.
Oh, he did learn. Good, I got my black.
Cool. Am I going to retroactively give Rakatha ranking on your Dark of Legend of Lore comparison after it comes out? I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I need to.
Darius, yeah, there is spawning pool artwork.
I don't know.
In the older army books.
Probably not, but we'll see.
That quest battle's... Man, that quest battle's a bitch on Legendary. Good grief.
Yep.
Do I think we'll ever see the Kraken as a unit? Maybe. If they were to go like all in and add like a fish people race, 100% yes. If they decided to, they might add them at some point if they wanted to do like a Dark Elf expansion. I could see them maybe getting a Kraken type creature, but I don't know. It just depends on a lot of factors.
How does the Vortex race in the same race corp? We can give each other plaques to do the rituals. Just messing with you, what? Oh, okay, right.
Alright, I think we're all good.
Honor to your ancestors.
Wait, what was that?
I think you did really well in that battle. That could have very easily been a defeat if you had been a little bit less aggressive. I think you just going balls to the walls, taking out the first army, then the one on the left and the one on the right straight after that. Because I think the first time I fought that battle, I didn't know what I was doing, because it was the first time I fought it, and I dicked around, and then I got pincered by both of those reinforcing armies.
Oh, if you've got a port, we can trade with our Lizardman bros in Southlands.
Yeah, I've already done that.
Oh, I'm just now getting around to it. Free money!
What would you say is the best single entity unit? Oh man, it depends. Depends what you're going up against and what you've got supporting it. Because there's no unit in the game that can beat everything. Like, you could easily say Dreadsaurians, right? Because a Dreadsaurian will one-on-one beat pretty much anything in the game, right? But a Dreadsaurian is also really big, so it doesn't work well in a team because it'll just take up too much space. Treemen, on the other hand, while 1v1 probably won't beat that much, but from a tactical point of view, if you've got Lore of Life and you can put them in the forest, like a forested area, they can probably beat Dreadsaurians. So I think that asking for what's the best unit in the game can be a bit of a trap question. I think you need to play things out a bit more tactically and think, how does this unit beat that unit in this situation? But yeah, there's definitely ones that are better than others. For example, Giants are pretty much terrible in all situations. But yeah, Giants, Treemen are good, Shaggoths are good, Stegodons are good, Necrofex Colossus are good, Hydras are good.
Giants can be really good in multiplayer, but in single player they can struggle a lot. They're really strong in single player. They hit so hard. Like, I've seen a lot of builds where they'll just take two.
Arrows
well, a lot of people don't bring like enough arrows, so what you'll in
multiplayer.
They're just different factors. It's just a totally different ball game.
Are supply lines and Vortex Co-op also just 2%? Co-op campaigns is always 2%. I think CA forgot to change the... Oh, what?
Loot Monkey, yes.
Masaurus Spears.
Oh, that's some bullshit. Who got him? The fleet captain?
Yeah, it's fine because I recruited a hero that'll replace it.
Loot Monkey, yes. There are some goodies coming out very, very soon. Who's the most obscure character in the lore I would like to see as a legendary lord or hero? I mean, I don't know if... the most obscure? I mean, probably... the character... that depends on what you mean by that. If you mean, like, what's a character that the fandom is probably not super familiar with that I would kill to have as a legendary lord, I would probably say Snagla Grobspit. Actually, you know what? No. I think probably the character the least amount of people in the community know about that I would want really, really bad is Slugtongue. Slugtongue is one of my favorite characters. He is a beastman. I would have him as a legendary hero for the beastman, but he's this terrifying, like, super diseased gnarled looking beast man who wears all these like shaggy clothing and stuff, but he has a skull for a head, so he doesn't have any flesh on his head. There's like a bunch of insects and stuff crawling around in and on him, and his thing is that he's the embodiment of famine. So he's like the physical manifestation of famine, and wherever he goes, he causes like crops to rot and insects to birth in unnatural numbers, to sting and eat people, and like the ground becomes like a turgid sludge, and rivers become like full of mosquitoes and disease, and like he's just the worst if he's just passing by. And he's a wizard. He's not a super powerful wizard, but he's a pretty decent wizard. And but my favorite thing about him is that like because he embodies famine, he just causes damage like in a big area of effect around him, which I don't know how they'd implement that in game, but he has a really cool design, and he's very, for the fact that he like is a fleshless, horrifying embodiment of disease and famine. My favorite thing about him that they did is that he's actually really, really smart. Most characters that are embodiments of various ideas, like Morgur, for instance, Morgur is the embodiment of mutation, and like chaos, but he's not intelligent. He's more like a force of nature that just kind of does things, as opposed to like having any rational thoughts. Whereas Slugtongue is very conniving, and it's super clever, because his favorite thing to do is he'll go into an area and start causing all these famines and start weakening people, so they'll all start getting hungry and turning on each other and all this stuff. But the big thing is that he purposely will wait until they try and come out and stop him. So like they can't take it anymore, and they go out to find him, and then he will just lure them into a giant beastman herd, because he moves his powers around so that he deliberately won't hurt any of the beastmen around him. So the beastmen, when they fight all these like diseased and hungry humans who are starving to death, the beastmen are at full strength and ready to go, and they're not tired or hungry at all, and they'll just obliterate all of the humans. And it's great. I love Slugtongue. He's awesome.
Cool lore stuff. Why aren't you sharing units? Oh, I don't know. I just don't find the need to share units. Like, if it's a particularly micro-intensive battle, I'll give them a few units, and maybe vice versa, but most of these battles so far have been pretty easy to manage.
Yeah, we shared some units earlier. I just, yeah, like when I'm playing a match, I don't want to give him busy work just for the sake of busy work.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm quite happy to just watch him. The blue level 3 slant building spam for level 40 heroes. Thoughts? Love doing that. We'll do it soon. We gotta focus on growth first. Gotta get the growth up. We gotta get to tier 4, tier 5. Get these settlements developed. No point doing level 40 heroes if we can't afford them.
Master of Warhammer, I think you're the only one having connection
urgent.
issues, dude.
If we start this ritual here...
It's fine on my end.
We're gonna be done before we can start the next one anyway, because we're not really gaining a lot of ritual resource right now.
Big Red Bear, yeah, I personally am super excited for Morgur returning in AOS. I can understand if you're not, but I think for the Beasts of Chaos and Age of Sigmar, I think they're going to probably have 3 big special characters, and I think their special characters are going to be Krakenrock the Black for the Dragon Ogres. I think he is going to be playable. I know a lot of people don't, but I think he actually is. And then I think it's also going to be Morgur, and then I think at some point they're going to give us a new special character for the Minotaurs. I don't think it's going to be Taurus, though. I think they're going to do something new.
Worth sacking buildings of Bretonnia and we're taking the chivalry hit? I mean, if the price is right, for sure.
Krakenrock is not a god beast. He's a big boy, but he's not a god beast. Like, he could fight a god beast, but they're gonna let... I mean, they did Mega Gargants. If you could do Mega Gargants, you can absolutely do Krakenrock the Black. He's in the same size category as Mega Gargants, even though he's bigger than them. What's with Javelin Skink Spam? Are they really that good? Yes. Yes, they are really that good.
Best early game unit for the Lizardmen. Saurus suck on legendary difficulty. Absolutely suck. The only reason you should get them is if you're playing as Gorok and you've leveled up 4 Sauruses, which I didn't. Or you're playing as Krokgar, because Krokgar reduces their upkeep cost by 50%, so they're cheaper than Skinks. But without any upkeep cost reductions, Skinks with Javelins are way more efficient than Saurus Warriors on legendary difficulty. Way, way, way more efficient. Yeah, that's alright.
Big Red Bear, you realize Dragon Ogres were a part of the Beastmen roster before they were a part of the Warriors roster. That was a more recent change. If anything, the Dragon Ogres have been returned to their traditional place in AOS. Do I think Kraken Rock will be visible on the Total War Warhammer campaign map? That would actually be pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. That would be funny if you, like, went up into the Chaos Waste, if you could actually, like, find him just sleeping on the ground casually.
I play a normal with Sauros, and a single unit on a wall with buff magic will kill everyone. You lost me a normal difficulty, dude. Sorry. Yeah, there's a big difference between normal difficulty and very hard battle difficulty. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A Saurus warrior on normal difficulty will probably absolutely wreck a lot of units. Go try that on very hard battle difficulty and see what happens. Right? The buff magic that you use will only negate the enemy's advantage. So you have to be constantly casting just to have a fair fight.
Any vampire characters I want to see in the Saturday showcase stream? I want to see Ushoran, even though he's not going to be there, but that's what I want to see most.
Balthazar Guild did, sorry, did 50 DKK super chat. Legend, how do you deal with Phoenix, Arcane Phoenix? How do you deal with Phoenix, Arcane Phoenix units with Dark Elves / Skaven? Seems difficult to take down, especially when AI has many of them. Yeah, as I've said before, Skaven's biggest weakness is dealing with flying units. The weapon team Doomstack is probably the best thing for it. You need to have Warlock Engineers with Howling Warpgale. You need to also try to get their flying units to come at you early. Don't let them stay there with the rest of their army. Usually what I try to do is have, like, somebody go out early to get the flying units' attention, like Phoenixes, bring them ahead of the enemy army. Then, as they get within range of the rattling guns, you pop down a overcasted Howling Warpgale, and it pins them in place for a good 15 seconds, and then you just rip them to shreds. Obviously, the more flying units that they bring, the more you've got to kill. But yeah, you want to get rid of them first, basically, and then deal with the rest of the army should be fine. But yeah, that's how you do it. Thanks, Super Chat. Appreciate you. Sorry, you go on now?
Oh, no, I was done.
Okay, cool.
King of King, What was your question, dude? Hey, Louie, happy birthday, dude. Hope you have a great one. With so many legendary heroes added to the Wood Elves, which characters would I like to see as extra recruitable hero? What? I don't understand the question, Grim Reaper. Bruno, hey! Appreciate the call out, dude. Hope you're doing well.
Do you have skirmish mode set to default?
Who?
You.
Probably.
Right. Because I know that if your forces have reinforcements coming in, it'll actually use your co-op partner's settings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like wondering why my skinks weren't holding the line. I'm just like, what's going on here? It's like they were auto set to skirmish mode, which I have as a rule turned off.
Yeah, I should probably turn it off. It's not good.
You should definitely turn it off. It's shit! It's okay.
CF Bomber, I'll be cycling out my Javelin Skinks here pretty soon. I don't have the recruitment structures to get the units I really want just yet.
How you going for money?
Because, yeah, almost everything I have right now is based on money and growth.
Yeah, as usual.
Because growth is king in early campaign.
What's your income at the moment? Like your take-home income? I mean, like in the game. I'm making about 6.5 grand a turn. Yeah.
Oh, that's more than me. I'm making 3K right now. But you've actually got some gold. I don't have gold.
I got 2 golds.
You got 2 golds. I got no golds. Maybe I should backstab and kill the dwarves. Then I can have their gold.
Yeah. Cow, don't make student loan jokes. It hurts my heart. I cannot get any confederations. It's okay. Probably didn't need them. All right. I don't think I need this army anymore, so I'm gonna tag him out. He can keep that.
Oh yes, we can get this to tier 4, which is important.
Alright, so now I'm back down to 1 army, and I'm now making 9,600 gold a turn. Does your and Sotek Geomantic web stack with each other? Let's have a look.
It should. Because it buffs based on your allies' placement as well. But neither of us have Geomantic load buildings yet.
Well, you've got higher geomantic power in a lot of your areas.
Yeah, it's showing me that you have higher geomantic power in your areas, but that's just because it's saying, oh, that's an allied settlement.
Yeah,
allied settlements count as level 3.
Right, yeah. Excuse me. Alright, so there's going to be another revolt at Altar of the Horned Rat. I was going to head up that way anyway, so let's go there. Alright, well, taking out that sea battle was definitely good for my...
Yeah, let's take out the dwarves.
Treasury.
I think that's going to be the best thing to do.
See any others nearby? Oh, there's one.
I think we're also going to try and confederate the Nakai's faction.
Kind of want to take on Vampire Coast, since they're in the early game not very good, as I've experienced.
Suplex them.
I'm also fairly close to going full Stegodon. Fairly close. I guess I could make my way over here, go to Quetzal, recruit what I need, and then just stomp everyone from there.
Did Gorfang ever squat? Yes.
Yeah.
He's the squatter king. Of course he squatted. Oh, King of King. You want to know about Malchus' half-brother Marillion. What do we know about him after he left Ulthuan? I mean, Marillion spent the so after the death of Anarion, Marillion spent most of the rest of his life with his sister, who was the Everqueen. He basically just spent he spent a considerable amount of his life just being one of her guardians and just hanging out with her. I'm not. I don't think after Anarion's death that he did leave Ulthuan. I'd have to double check if he did.
Okay, that all seems fine. Alright, I think I'm done for this turn. Moving on to your turn.
Okie dokie. Yeah, so I think we're going to go to war with the dwarfs, actually, but we need to recruit a much better army before we start.
Have you got any deals with them? You should start cancelling them now. Didn't you get a non-aggression pact with them ages ago?
I did, but I'm wanting to hold... Yes, actually, let's go ahead and get that going, which is going to piss them off, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to lose reliability. Pissing them off might cause them to declare war on you, which is what you want anyway. Because if they declare war on you, then I am duty-bound to protect you, and I can come and help as well. But I can't protect you if you declare war on them. Is Croxy Lord better than Slan in early game? Yes, sort of. I usually don't like recruiting Slans until I've got the Stegodons. Huh. Your strength rating just went above mine. Mine's been above yours for the, like,
Hugh, have a great day, dude.
Campaign because of how many armies I had to deal with, but now that I've disbanded them, it's all good.
Master of Warhammer, dude. No, it is all you, man.
Units.
My stream has not dipped one time. I am stable.
To get some Carnosaurs, but I usually don't get Carnosaurs anyway.
For the wisdom of the land.
Long beards for days. We can get that sacrificial altar.
Alright, we'll stay out of the water, because if I land there... Yeah, we'll maintain public order, which... I think it'd be better if we fought them. The player did an $2 super chat. There is a chance of Empire Bretonia new DLC. Probably not in Warhammer 2. Maybe in Warhammer 3. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't another Empire Lord coming. But not in Warhammer 2. Thanks for the
Valerian the Black, thanks so much for using your Prime sub here, my dude. Appreciate the support. Is it worth spending money on mercenary armies to stop the other factions from completing rituals? Not really. Well, only if, like, if you're watching them and you see that they have, like, a particularly vulnerable spot, or, like, they're being attacked by the other AI factions and they're, like, losing settlements, then yes, spawning a, like, the 10k stack can be worth it. But I think generally it's not worth it because you can't control it, and it tends to just, like, headbutt the nearest thing, which can cause it to commit suicide more often than not, and that's a lot of money to waste on a suicidal thing. If you have plenty of money, then you might as well, but if you don't, I wouldn't. Because, like, at the end of the day, if the AI finishes the ritual before you, all you have to do is you'll get a quest battle for that you have 5 turns to do, but you can teleport to go fight them, and you just fight the quest battle, and it's really not that hard, generally.
Chris donated $5.
And once you win that quest battle against an enemy faction, they are kicked out of the Vortex race permanently. So, like, there's really not an... As much as, like, they tried to make the race an interesting incentive, it's not real. Because you could just snipe them at the end.
Yeah. It's only, like, a panic if you don't know what's going to happen at the end.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for the $5 tip, my dude.
Right, if I was to make exotic animals... So I've already got some. They're worth 15 each. If I got a few more, it'd be worth some monies. So
are the Skaven still missing a lot of units in Warhammer 2? No.
Gold.
The Skaven have literally everything except for their end times stuff, which are the Vermin Lords and the Storm Fiends.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Gotta make more cash. Only making 10 grand a turn now.
No, that's...
Okay.
Yeah, no, even if you beat... If every single AI faction beats you to the end of the Vortex race, you still have to do it to win the campaign. Like, for the game to count you as winning, you still have to actually play the final mission yourself.
The player didn't. Oh no, I read that. Diloc 105, the 5-year super chat. Why isn't Finnabar a legendary lord? Finnabar is just not important, really.
He's more of a politician.
Yeah, he's just not important. Thanks for the super chat. What really? So that's it. I don't insta lose. Yeah. So if another faction finishes the Vortex missions, you have one chance to stop them. If you don't beat them in that battle, you lose. If you do beat them, then that faction cannot do the rituals again. They're out. But keep in mind that if you just wait for all 3 other races to finish their ritual stuff, I'm fairly sure that you can also not finish your ritual. You have to beat one of them to the punch. I think. I'm not entirely sure about that. I've never had that situation occur. Alex Cordoba did a $5 super chat. All right, thanks, dude. Although I have in the past wiped out every one of these races before finishing the final one, and if you do that, the Vortex race is over, so you can't get the final reward. Alright, money's starting to explode now. That's what we want to see. All that growth is paying off. Finnabar is like the Council of 13, not the guy who'd fight on the field. Yeah, more or less.
How do I feel about the co-op Vortex mechanic not being really that cooperative? I think what you mean to ask is, how do I feel about Total War Warhammer barely having any co-op mechanics at all? It's just something that they clearly didn't consider super important, either because a lot of the player base doesn't do co-op campaigns, or they didn't think there was that much of a draw for it. If people make a big hubbub about it and continue to politely draw attention to it and ask them for more features, you might see some more co-op features in Total War Warhammer 3, but I wouldn't bet a lot of money on it. It's a very small percentage of the player base that does co-ops. Hey, Blair in the back. Greetings from Milan. One question. Can a Chaos God hurt/destroy another Chaos God? Yes, it has happened many, many times. The gods in Warhammer Fantasy are not omnipotent, they're not all powerful. It is possible for them to be destroyed. It's super freaking hard, but it can be done. And the Chaos Gods have punched each other in the face many, many times.
Oh shit, they lost the settlement. Hunts Marshal Expedition's looking a bit nasty. How strong are they? Yeah, they're starting to get a bit uppity.
We're gonna put a Beast Lair here.
I'm probably gonna have to go to war with them really soon, because they're putting down the smack on the defenders of the Great Plan. Jonathan Bonicel did a €2 super chat. What is the history behind Aranessa and Norskins? Aranessa is a Norskin. And, you know what? So take you answer this. Thanks to the
Aranessa kind of has a complicated backstory. Because depending on what source you use, she has a slightly different origin story. The TLDR is that she's a daughter of Manon. She is not human. She is a mermaid first. But she's basically the story of Ariel from The Little Mermaid. She is a mermaid creature that wanted to come up to the human world. And so, to be a part of the human world, she chopped her tail off.
She wanted to be a part of that world.
Yes, she chopped her tail off and implanted the sawtooth blades from a certain type of swordfish, which is why her ship's named after that, into her leg stumps so that she can move around on land. And she pretends to be a mutant, so that she is able to kind of get away in human society despite being so different looking. I think when Total War put her in the game, I think when you do her quest battle, I don't remember if they contradict that or not, but that's the gist of her story. Her issue with the Norskins, though, is that the Norskins, being chaos worshipping raiders and marauders, are very big on whaling, and generally just plowing the seas, attacking anything and everything they can, and harvesting it for resources. And they have pissed her off to an insane degree, because they're basically, like, raiding heretics that plunder her home, and have killed a lot of creatures that she values. So there is nothing really Aranessa reserves as much hatred as she does for Norskins because of that.
See, if I pop this down...
Yeah, Louis, that's what I was going to say. I think in Total War, they changed her story a bit to be that she was born a mutant and was cast out by her her father, but and like given to the sea or whatever. But I think that's only in the Total War version. In the Dreadfleet version, she's not related to Norska at all. Like, she hates Norska, but she's not from there. She is specifically a daughter of, like, the actual god Manon.
Rack did a CZK50 super chat saying, "Aren't mermaids supposed to be hot though?"
I mean, they're...
we're entering weeb territory here.
Yeah, that's...
Look, whatever floats your boat, you know? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some people might find Aranessa hot, some might not. Who is the oldest character? The oldest character in the game, like a playable character, do you reckon it'd be Croak? Or would it be Durthu?
Actually, the oldest playable character is Kolek Suneater.
Well, there you go. Kolek Suneater. In her quest battle, Aranessa fights her Norscan father. Oh, okay, how about that?
Yeah, so that's the Total War interpretation of the story.
Really chill, right?
Infiltrator, thanks so much.
Sorry, go on.
Infiltrator, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Can I tell you a random lizardman fact? What's a good random lizardman fact? Here's a good random lizardman fact. The chameleon skinks actually went extinct for a long time. The lizardmen believed that they were gone and would never come back because they only spawned, I believe, in the city of Axolotl, but which was a city that the way it was destroyed during the Great Incursion, when Chaos was first born into the world, is that the demons caused a big backfire of magic from what the Slum were doing, and it caused the city, the inhabitants of the city, to be teleported into the realm of Chaos itself. So everyone believed that the chameleon skinks were forever dead. But when Oxiodal showed up, returned to Lustria, in the modern timeline, like not too long ago, he only came back in like the last 5 to 20 years, somewhere between 5 and 20 years ago. With his return, chameleon skinks started spawning all over the place all of a sudden. So the chameleon skinks are actually a very recent phenomena that have been resurging all around Lustria.
Mike Gryfrez did a $5 super chat. Thanks for your content. New to Total Warhammer. Sorry, new to Total War and Warhammer in general, but I'm very hyped for Warhammer 3. Alright, thanks, dude. Appreciate the super chat. Why doesn't Moratorium wear clothes? I don't even know what Moratorium is, so...
Neither do I. Was Aranessa the one who killed Noctilus in the story? No, Noctilus was killed by Jaego Roth. Aranessa killed the Chaos Dwarf captain that was crewing the Black Kraken ship. Oh, it may have been Pahax. Yeah, it was. I think it was Pahax. I don't know. I'd have to refresh myself on the story.
So, I just got a thought. You seem to have some of your settlements walled up, and you've got less territory than I've got. Do you want me to give you the ritual resources and we can do the ritual? Like, I'm not doing anything at the moment. I could come and protect Guacmole Crater and Oixul to some degree, and you could protect the down there area.
Yeah, we could try it.
If otherwise I gotta defend my territory, and it's like it's just a lot. All right, I'm gonna give you all the ritual resource I've got.
Has Total War changed who the Lady of the Lake is from the End Times book? No, but Total War kind of like went back to... The Lady of the Lake is really complicated. It's a really complicated situation because they changed a lot about her to try and force the End Times to work a certain way, which sucked. It's complicated. I need to do a video about it at some point. Kimsy Bimsy, yeah, I'm aware of it. What are my hopes for Faith and Damnation this weekend? I want to see a new vampire. I want the vampire faction to get announced.
Still can't get any confederations. Nope.
How come a Lithanar is still alive despite being older than most of the High Elves? God shenanigans. He's a favored of Lilith, who's the goddess of prophecy, aka, and also the Lady of the Lake in one of her guises. But it's because of her influence that he's able to... He's essentially immortal. Tom Burgess, thanks so much for the super chat, my dude. Really pleased I managed to catch you guys on stream. Two of my favorite YouTubers, thanks for the many hours of entertainment. Well, you're welcome. Thanks for the tip.
I'll be able to get rid of the growth buildings fairly soon. 8 turns. Maybe less. Oh yeah, especially less if Croak goes in there, because I think I got all the growth stuff, didn't I? Oh, I didn't get any of it. Is he providing any growth at all? Let's have a look. Growth. What is it? Growth here. Characters providing 30. Right. Does he really provide 30 growth? 20. Oh, probably due to one of his items. Wait. Hang on. Captain Brian Blood did a $2 super chat. Aranessa is a mutant Norscan. DF Gamebook says so. Yep, that seems about right. Thanks for super chat. Appreciate you. Where am I getting that growth from?
I'm going to refrain from going on a lecture about the absolute clusterfuckery that is canonicity of Warhammer Fantasy, but yes.
Another revolt's going to be due here fairly soon, unless I exempt it, but I want that money.
Hioso6, have a great day, dude. Thanks for coming
then
by.
Again, the corruption's going down quickly. Maybe it'll... I doubt it'll stabilize in time. What could I do?
Cynic? Maybe I'd have to reread his book.
Okay, now it's only 7 turns until growth. Okay, that's good. The sooner I can get rid of those buildings, the better. Okay, that'll give us extra capacity for Skink Chiefs, which I think I'll do.
Who's the most powerful Order God besides Sigmar? It depends on where you put Cain on the spectrum, but I would probably say Cain. If you consider Cain to be a bad god, then I would probably say Ashuran.
That's not essential. Let's see. What do I need? Money is pretty essential.
Yeah, okay. I'm aware of that.
And the public order there is fine. Yep, that all seems fine. Maybe just build that, and let's move on next turn. I don't know if you know this already, but if your core partner does Vortex Ritual, you literally cannot attack the ritual armies. Really?
Yeah, that's what I had heard as well.
Ugh.
That being said, I think I can... It's going to be kind of a gamble, though. I will probably start the ritual in a little bit, but I'm going to wait until I have some more walls. Because if they come at me from the north, they would absolutely be able to destroy a ton of my shit before I could do anything about it.
YouTube just kicked me off again. Oh well, it happens. This man's addicted to money. Well, you need it to do stuff. It's not like we're not spending it. You know, I've got a lot of things that I need to buy, so we got to increase our economy. You know, you can't build an army out of well wishes and hopes.
Let's go ahead and get the Dust Gate upgraded. We're gonna upgrade our army.
Why increase your expenses unnecessarily? We don't need to be doing anything right now, except for developing these settlements. Expanding our territory any further than this is not going to make us any stronger. Albion is a 3-settlement province with Rakkar's release. Albion has been a 3-settlement province for a long time.
Yep.
It hasn't changed. The only thing that changes is a new landmark in either Albion in Vortex or in Mortal Empires. It's the settlement that you actually start off with. The port of Nagad something.
Nagadrond.
Nagadrond, that's it.
I think that's right.
Norman Ritter, official, did a €2 super chat. Is in Australia everything upside down? Yes. I'm hanging onto the roof right now. You pay your bills with thoughts and prayers? I wish I could, but no, I can't do that. Yeah.
Do I think the Order Tide would have won the End Times if the Elves had finally united? I mean, the Order Tide would have won if they had killed Manfred at any point. Based on the way they decided to write the story, but the story was written pretty terrible. Oh, here come the dwarves.
Why are you calling me in?
Because that's you who told me to. Alright,
yeah, I'm in a position.
He's going to burn our northern stuff, but that's fine. We'll come punch him in the face in a minute.
Alright, I'll head over there.
He's only got 2 armies.
Well, now we have something to do, so that's something to do. All right, let's do that and grab that into there. I really don't want them to lose.
What do I think of Valkia the Bloody as a legendary lord for Total War Warhammer 3? I think that's guaranteed. There's no way they're not going to do Valkia.
Yeah, I'd say it's guaranteed at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if she'll be in at launch, but she'll be in for Khorne at some point.
All right, so how are you gonna go for Thrice Cursed Peak first?
Yes. I'm more worried just about the 2 armies that are roaming around. The settlements will be easy. It's the 2
there's an army down here, right? And I'm worried that it's gonna bypass me, bypass you and go straight for me because there's an anti-host bias. I have not built walls down here, and there is no way I'd be able to win against that.
Yeah, it's a super nasty army. They're all gold chevron too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the army I'm wanting to take out first, but I need one more turn.
Come around and defend the Sentinels, the Southern Sentinels for me. That'd be really good. I'll defend Zodal and Guacmole Crater. I'll take Chickamole and Cavern of the Great Bat, and you can take the other 3.
Okay, great.
Sounds like a plan?
Yep.
Alright. See, that's how allies divide up spoils. That's how you do it. Okay, let's...
Damn, the dwarves attacked too soon. I shouldn't have canceled my non-aggression with them.
I was gonna recruit some Stegodons.
I canceled my non-aggression too early.
Let's get over there. Could always use a second army to recruit things, but I'm still building up my provinces. A lot of things that are developing at the moment. And need to make use of that.
At least I can pick up some red-crested skinks and chameleon skinks while I'm here. I really wanted to get some feral Stegodons.
I know what I could do. That'd be a pretty big help for you. It's an old Skaven strategy. It's, you sacrifice somebody that you don't care about.
I'm gonna order lunch.
Yeah, because I'm only... Okay, so what I do is I use this lord here to basically
online.
Bait them into a position so that you can attack them, and also try to keep them away from our armies. That's what I'll do. I'm not going to recruit anyone into it because he's just...
What do you think we should do for lunch today, chat?
Oh, hang on. Oops.
We could do pizza. We could do Mexican food.
Alright.
Grimgore versus Manfred? Yeah, Manfred would have got bodied. KFC! I don't want KFC. A taco salad? Having Mexican food delivered to the house is a lot more of a pain in the ass, though.
Well.
Eat plywood.
Yeah, Quince is not safe. I would like to demolish these walls. I usually do, but on Vortex campaign, if you're gonna do the rituals,
something healthy? Well, that's probably not happening.
Unless you don't mind rebuilding settlements.
I mean, I'm probably gonna have to anyway.
I could do a Rite of Primeval Glory, but it would cost me a lot of money. I'm right near Itza. I feel like Gorok is strong enough to be able to handle these guys just with skinky boys. And it's not ideal, but I think I can manage it. What's that? Yeah. Alright. I don't think there's anything else I can do. Let's move on.
Oh, nice. We got a source.
Do you think you could save the disaster campaign, which was the end times? I don't know. It's kind of a silly question. Does the AI see the host as a player? Well, let's see what happens with this army here. So he declared war on Sotek specifically. Let's see if this army bypasses this poorly defended settlement and goes for one of my other settlements. So I need to keep an eye on that. Is there a situation where the Engine of the Gods spam is viable? Yeah, definitely. It's just very expensive, that's all. It's a very good unit. Captain Brianblood did a $2 super chat. Someone should make a Balthazar Geld Necromancy mod. I'm pretty sure they've already done that, but thanks for super chat. Appreciate it.
If I was gonna make something healthy, I'd cook something.
So what were you about to recruit some different units into your army?
Well, I'm recruiting as I'm moving up.
What are you recruiting?
Chameleon Skinks.
Oh no.
Oh, is it vampire time?
This is not good timing.
A text? Ah, that would be disgusting, Ernesto. Oh my gosh.
I didn't accept it. Oh shit. Well. Shit.
I'm wondering if I want to micromanage this to at least do some damage. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that catapult at least. That way he can't single attack any settlements or walled settlements.
Yeah, the Awakened found an opportunity to do something right then.
Flare Knight, the Valkia situation is like complicated because Valkia is really messy because what Games Workshop should have done is just very simply and straightforwardly made her into a demon prince, but they didn't. Like, she's not explicitly called a demon prince, and one thing Games Workshop was very, very deliberate about was making sure she did not get demon prince rules. So, like, she doesn't have the demon keyword. She's never had the demon keyword. Like, she has never, ever been a demon. And it causes a lot of confusion because some of the writers that do her, like the Black Library authors, you can't ever take a Black Library author, like, 100% seriously because they have a really bad habit of not doing any research before they write their books. They just write it and are like, yeah, good job me, and that they just leave it at that. which is why, like, my job tends to be really, really hard, and becoming, like, studying the lore of Warhammer is not easy, and it's really stressful a lot of the time, especially compared to, like, Lord of the Rings, for instance. And the main reason behind that is that the Black Library authors, a lot of the time, don't do any background research. So they'll just release a book about a certain subject, and it will completely contradict all of the other sources, which is why Games Workshop, to deal with that situation, has this really stupid, lazy habit where whenever someone asks them what's canon, they won't answer you. What they'll say is everything's canon, and also nothing's canon. Like, their literal answer, if you ask them, okay, like, how do I determine what's real and what's not? When there's conflicting information, Games Workshop will say, well, canon's whatever you want it to be. Which, if you're someone that cares about that, you're basically fucked. Which is why, like, for my channel, like, I try and explain to people that, like, when I explain, if you ask me a question, I'm going to try and answer the question to the best of my ability, but there are people out there who are going to disagree with my answers. And they can even pull up a book and say, on book blank, page blank, it says this. So, Sotek's wrong. And they're technically correct, but I could also pull up a book myself and say, well, on book blank, page blank, it says what I said. And we're both right, and we're also both wrong. So, like, I have a system for how I determine canon to try and make a connected universe that makes sense and makes as much use out of as many of the different books as I can. And not everyone does that. A lot of people will just, like, own a book, and they will read the book, and they'll say, okay, I read this book, and it says this, therefore that's canon. And that's technically fine. I don't agree with it, but, like, they're not wrong. They just have a different interpretation than I do. And that's what it is to be involved in the Warhammer community, and you just have to deal with it. So, like...
Oh, you keep going.
So if you don't like that, too fucking bad. That's just the way it is. Like, you know, we were talking about Aranessa earlier, and a lot of people are saying, no, she's a Norskin who was a mutant, and her dad cast her into the ocean. Well, yeah, that's what Total War Warhammer says. But if you if you read her original source game and you play through Dreadfleet, no, she's something else. She's a mermaid creature that chopped off her legs so that she could walk around on land, and it plays into the way she destroys the Chaos Dwarf and gets away at the end of the story is because the Golden Magus constructs her a new tail, which allows her to swim like a mermaid again, allowing her to return back to the life she had before. And it's really silly, but, like, it's like, oh, you know, that has an interesting parallel to the Little Mermaid, like the original myth. So, that's my preferred version of the story. But, like, if you prefer the Total War Warhammer version of the story, where she is a Norskin mutant that was abandoned by her father, that's totally valid, you know, but it's very messy, you know, and that's just life for Warhammer.
Whereas, it's the opposite with Total War. When somebody asks me a question, if I give you an answer, that is gospel. There is no room for interpretation. Legend, what do you think of Stormvermin? It is 100% truth. My words are maths in terms of gameplay. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's the same thing with Total War. I mean, I could be like, Stormvermin are crap, but there are situations where they are viable. Lord Hookage did a $10 super chat. Legend, with Beast Magic, a Hawk summon is guaranteed. Hang on. Legend, with Beast Magic, a Hawk summon is guaranteed. Wipe of a infantry unit, cast 3 Amber Spears, sacrifice the mage in melee to kill any legendary lord or single unit. In MP, I wreck with Beast Magic. Love you. Thank you, super chat. Appreciate that.
Is Dreadfleet a video game? No, Dreadfleet's not a video game. It's a board game. It was a naval-focused Warhammer Fantasy board game that Games Workshop made, and it sold very, very poorly. And Games Workshop destroyed a lot of the copies because they weren't happy with it. And then Total War came out and was like, hey, look, we're bringing back Dreadfleet to inflate the Vampire Coast roster.
Hawk summons guaranteed wipe of an infantry unit. That is not the case in single player.
Like here, I have it right here.
Cast 3 Ember Spears.
This is Dreadfleet, right here. So if you're wanting to know what Dreadfleet is, I am holding it up on my stream. It's a big box.
Definitely isn't a question in there. Love you too.
You can see it's like a.
But what you're saying does
it's
not
it's a naval-based board game. It's very silly.
I've never said. Like when I played multiplayer, I brought Beast Magic.
And generally not very well balanced.
But I don't play multiplayer anymore.
It's very expensive. Yes.
That's the only thing.
That's an unopened copy. Yeah, the ships are gorgeous.
Wow. Well, shit. Hey, Last Defenders, you want to come and help me with this? They haven't met them yet. No, they won't do it.
Yeah, they really wanted Dreadfleet to be a thing, and it just wasn't. Nemerian, I would say it is undeniably 100 billion% canon that Vlad is Vashanesh. Vlad has to be Vashanesh. However, the Rise of Nagash trilogy, from a lore standpoint, is a complete fucking mess. Like, it's one of the worst trilogies ever written from Black Library, in that it completely contradicts a ton of stuff, and it makes absolutely no sense, and it established a lot of weird bullshit that spits in the face of the timeline and the lore established in every other part of the Warhammer Fantasy lore universe. Like the Rise of Nagash trilogy, you want it to be good. It's where they establish that like Archon the Black and Neferata were lovers, but it doesn't make sense because the Archon the Black, like his big famous thing is supposed to be that he dies during the first war when Nagash gets outed from the Black Pyramid, when all the Nehekaran kings team up and punch him in the face and kick him out. Archon the Black dies during that war because when they go to the Black Pyramid to capture Nagash, Archon the Black commits suicide using a really nasty spell and declares that anybody that tries to move his body will be cursed and die in a horrifying death. So he basically kills himself, and the spell is so destructive that all it leaves behind is a black charred skeleton, which is one of the reasons he's called Archon the Black, not the original reason. And so he's dead, and he does not get resurrected until Nagash comes back later. Whereas in the books, Archon and Neferata, after that, so after Archon the Black dies, Neferata gets her hands on the books of Nagash and makes her flawed elixir of immortality, okay? If you read the Rise of Nagash trilogy, it happens a very different way, where Archon is with her, and Archon is the one who helps her create the elixir of immortality. Even though he shouldn't be there, he should be dead in the Black Pyramid. And it also takes away a lot of Neferata's agency, which is why I don't like that story particularly. I prefer where Neferata was much more ambitious, and it was her own designs and her own genius that created the elixir of immortality, not Archon helping her and doing a lot of it for her. I don't know. I hate Mike Lee's book. Honestly, it's from a lore standpoint, it's a complete travesty.
Okay, I'm just going to explain some strategy of what I'm doing here. I've force marched this general over to here. What should happen over the end turn, doesn't always guarantee, is that the AI always prioritizes your lords on force march. They love attacking them, especially if it's an easy target. Now, because of the direction that I've sent them in, they actually won't be able to get back to the Sentinel of Time unless they force march back there. Basically, it's a wasted turn for them. Now, if that is what they do, what I can do is recruit another lord here, just transfer these units in, and then force march this dude to just go and do the exact same thing while you're getting organized. But basically, the point of what we're trying to do here is stop them from moving with the minimum amount of cost required, you know, while you're getting over here. That's what I'm trying to do. I probably shouldn't build that right now because I don't think I'm going to hold it at this rate.
The Great Horned Rat, it's because Queek has...
I've got 12 units versus their 17.
Queek has like hardcore ADHD, is the TLDR.
I could get some Blessed units in there, but honestly, they're not going to make much of a difference, especially Blessed Saurus Spears, basically useless. And I can't get any good slants just yet. We're not quite there. Almost there, but not quite. At the Hissing God, probably don't need walls. In fact, I think I'll go to the Scrying Pool so that I can get that other technology done. What happened to Cetra in the end times?
He fights. He fights a big fight against Nagash, and loses because a lot of the Tomb Kings betray him because they're too busy worrying about themselves and doing their own bullshit. Cetra fights Nagash. He loses, gets torn to pieces, and then the Chaos Gods put him back together and say, "Hey, you should fight for us," and go punch Nagash. And Cetra gets pissed at the Chaos Gods for trying to tell him what to do, so he goes to Midheim during the Great Final Battle, where he actually saves Nagash and tells Nagash to go hurt the Chaos Gods because they dared to try and tell him what to do, and then tells Nagash he'll kick his ass later, and then we never see him again.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Nemarian, the story is told better in the
video and preview,
Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Second Edition book.
The video came out while
Night's Dark Masters. I think Night's Dark Masters is probably the best place to get the story.
I'll check it out later, but I already know what's going on with Rakatha.
But you can also read it in the Army books. The 7th edition and 8th edition Army books cover a lot of the lore.
I know what's going on with Rakatha. Alright, I've done everything that I can, I think.
Who's the strongest Skaven clan? That depends on how you determine strength and also, like, what exact year. Doesn't Cetra kill Kolek? No. That happened on... I think that was Josh Reynolds had a personal forum that he would, like, answer fan questions. And when someone asked him what happened, or why didn't Kolek Suneater appear in the end times, he basically bullshitted. He was like, oh, Cetra killed him. Cetra killed a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth that was trying to kill Nagash, but it wasn't Kolek. Kolek never appeared. I'm coming for you, Dawi.
Yeah, if you could stand right next to the Southern Sentinel and back me up, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because then, what I'll do is I'll stand next to the Sentinel of Time and allow you to make the attack. So we'll actually reinforce together. Dick move. That army attacks Sotek and I decide not to show up. I did that to Major Killer. Our co-op. So now it's pretty much guaranteed they're going to kill that Lord. They're going to go for the easy target.
Oh, I need this. The Blood Shrine. We're going to save up for that. I need it. So I can get the next stage of my prophecy done. I don't care about anything else.
You once said Warhammer 2 sucked until Tomb Kings DLC. What about Tomb Kings DLC changed about your mind? You said Cetra was awesome. I don't think I ever said Warhammer 2 sucked. I said it wasn't, like, awesome. I think... Oh, hang on. We got a desync. Let me just try that. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Attempt resync. Do I think Cetra could have killed Kolek? Yes. Resynchronization.
Windows 98 is loading.
This is the first time I've ever seen this.
I completely lost track of what the question was. Oh, that's right, Warhammer 2. Yeah, look, it was such a long time ago. I can't remember what my feelings were exactly. All I know is that the game did start getting better. It got more polished. They started adding a lot more content. I really didn't like the Vortex campaign, like the Vortex missions. I thought that was terrible. And since Cetra, well, the Tomb Kings didn't go after it, and they had such a unique way of playing, that's kind of what I wanted to see from Total War Warhammer. And because I started to see what I wanted to see in one faction, I started to experience other things that I wanted to see in other factions. I just had to give it more of a chance, and that's what happened during Tomb Kings.
Vortex did suck. The original Vortex campaign is pretty terrible, in my opinion.
Yeah, like Warhammer 2 without Mortal Empires and without any DLC is not great. And that still stands as it is right now. Like the Vortex campaign, the missions, I don't like them. I don't think they're very well designed. But since there's so many lords now that don't play into the Vortex campaign, it's gotten a lot better. And you could just, even if you're playing as the Vortex, you can mostly just ignore it.
Ooh, could I get this delivered?
Shim got blurry too for some reason. Maybe. Everything seems to be okay on my end, so I don't know.
Alright, it's reloading in.
Which faction you will said is the easiest to start legendary difficulty? I would say the easiest is either Etain or Corone. Those are the two easiest. Or even Carcassonne, I'd say. Let me just think. Is there anyone that's got an easier start than those two?
Could maybe get fuzzies?
You got baited! One might call me the master of baiting. Oh no! I lost the Lord. What am I gonna do?
There's no recovering from this.
Oh no, Legend lost the battle, it's all over. Son of a bitch.
Is the most recent edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay worth playing, or the older edition's better? No, I would go with 4th edition. I think 4th edition has the best gameplay systems. Some of their most recent books, from like a lore standpoint, do some really, really weird shit. Like in one of their more recent publications, they decided to just change a lot of who the Elector Counts were. Like they flat out deleted some of the characters and brought in different ones, which was very bizarre. And it's apparently because they're trying to like do a halfway. I hate this, but apparently the writers over there have a little bit too much of an obsession with like the 1st edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and so they're trying to like do a halfway design between modern Warhammer Fantasy and like really old Warhammer Fantasy, and I wish they would stop, but you could just ignore that. But the gameplay systems are super good. Warhammer Fantasy, like I've played D&D and Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd and 4th edition, and I think 4th edition is by far the best roleplay game I've ever played, from like a systems and like how the rules work and all that stuff.
Alright, so I'm just letting you know what I'm doing so you can coordinate what you're doing.
Okay.
I've moved around their flank over there so that when you attack them, I'll actually show up from behind them. These guys here have completely dodged me. So they sacked Zodal twice. I was going to try to get an ambush, but they just went completely the opposite direction. I'd have to force march to catch up to them. So what I've decided to do is, instead of chase after their army infinitely, I've gone after their settlement, which is undefended right now.
Okay.
They might take Sabatun, but I will use this army here to coordinate with you and bait this one if I have to, so that you can kill that army after we've taken out this one here.
Alright, sounds great.
And with that, the Southern Sentinels is safe.
When did Helmut Feuerbach die? I don't remember who that is off the top of my head. Shira, I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, that seems fine. Yep.
What?
A few turns away from this.
Why is Cetra so powerful? He's the biggest, baddest Tomb King. Cetra was a guy that in life was so over-the-top powerful and clever and intelligent and strong and he was basically like... He was basically a demigod in life. Where the god...
like Alexander the Great if Alexander didn't die, like, really young.
Yeah, and also had, like, actual literal gods lavishing him with powers and abilities and attention and magic and, like, he was just unstoppable in a lot of ways.
What did you select? It's giving me options here. It's not telling me what you'd selected.
Going for auto-resolve. This should be very easy.
Yep, no worries. I just want to make sure we're coordinated with that.
I'm going to sec it real quick so I get my special Carnosaur. Yo. Then I'll take it. I love Blessed Carnosaurs.
So for the first Chaos Invasion, I have 5 armies sitting in front of where they spawn. There's like 20 armies. What do we do playing as Golden Order? You want a Lightning Strike. Kolek Sarnida's army. Make sure you kill Kolek. Then you want a Lightning Strike Archaon's army. Make sure that you kill what's it called? Oh, first Chaos Invasion. Oh, you can't do anything to wipe that out. Yeah, you gotta taking out the Legendary Lords. They don't show up in the first Chaos Invasion. My advice is to just wait for them to come down. Like, go into ambush stance with all of them. Wait for them to come down to Volksgrad.
Bigger Bear, thanks for the super chat, my dude. Not played 4th edition yet, but I own the books. Thing I love about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay is... well, okay, so I would agree that critical hits feel more like they're going to just outright kill you in 2nd edition. But in 4th edition, what they did that I thought was a lot better is that whenever you're crit in 4th edition, you have to roll in a chart that makes it super likely you're going to take, like, permanent damage. Like, you're going to have one of your fingers cut off, or you're going to get, like, a concussion, or you're going to, like, have one of your limbs hacked off, or break a bone. Like, they have a lot of really interesting, like, lasting damage penalties that I find super interesting, because they change the way your character works. And I find those way more engaging than your character just getting fucking killed. A character getting killed to me is stupid. Like, that's a waste of effort, because it's like, great, now I gotta roll a new character. And, like, if a character is too easy to just outright kill, I think that's a bad game design, not a good game design. Especially with how intensive it is to create new characters in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd and 4th edition. Like, it takes a long time to create new characters just because there's so many hoops you gotta jump through.
Oh shit, I didn't build walls here. Vampire Coast is coming. Alright. Oh my... What the hell is this? Okay. Hang on. Let me see what the map looks like.
Yeah, I feel like 4th edition is just a better 2nd edition. Like, it clearly wears its 2nd edition ancestry on its sleeves.
Dare I give this a shot?
But I mean, that's purely subjective at that point. Gork or Mork? I've always been more of a Gork person, but, you know, I would have to say that, honestly, I'm a Mork person. You know, so, yeah.
Could have done the Rite of Primeval Glory for the feral stuff, but I think that's a waste. Ooh, there's actually a chance I can win this, but the problem is I have to rely on Cold One Spear Riders, and I hate Cold One Spear Riders. If if I don't win this, it's very bad.
Oh, you could totally win this. He's got mostly war machines.
Yeah, we'll see. It could go either way.
I think you got this easy. If you want, I could take over the coal ones for you.
I've got a plan in mind. I need to control everything. Need to be
Alright.
one mind here.
Yeah, I think you've got this no problem.
We'll see.
Who's the strongest Vampire Coast legendary lord? That's more of a legend question, I think.
Aranessa. No, it's Noctilus.
I was about to say, I was like, what?
Alright, here we go. With sneaky stuff.
This is so unnecessarily complicated. He's making this so much harder than it needs to be.
So I'm not necessarily trying to waste their ammo, but I need them to stay put while the rest of the army advances. Then, while they're advancing, EU lot there, sneaky through here, please. Trying to get discovered. Move them up through here and then make a rush for their artillery.
Is 4th edition better at maiming your character? In my opinion, it is.
Lure their artillery a little bit further down this way.
You will get maimed in 4th ed. Like, well, I mean, so will 2nd ed. 2nd ed and 4th ed will tear you to pieces. Marco, thanks for the tip, my dude. Do you think they will give any interesting mechanics to Lizardmen in Game 3 when fighting Chaos Demons? What would that be? They're made for fighting them? I don't... They'll probably maybe get them some upgraded skills. If there's one thing they've kind of avoided, honestly, in the Total War saga, they have avoided abilities that tend to be, like, good against a specific race. Which were all over the place in Tabletop. Like, in Tabletop, High Elves and Dark Elves had, like, super powerful, unique buffs against each other. And, like, Lizardmen stuff could really hurt demons, and there were things that hurt undead. And, like, we even used to have that in Total War. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, the Lore of Light used to have the passive... Oh my gosh, that poor Old Blood... Or Scarvet. There used to be the old Exorcism passive for the Lore of Light in Total War Warhammer 1, and I think some of 2, used to be that whenever you cast a spell, it caused the leadership of undead units to go down, which obviously sucked and was pretty useless. So they changed it to now it gives you leadership to the caster's army, which I think is a lot better. Creating abilities that are specific against one race, in this game, I think all those are ever going to be are like stat buffs. I don't think you're going to see like unique powers and abilities. So do I think Lizardmen will get like upgrades so that they can like deal more damage against demons, or maybe they take less leadership penalties against demons or whatever? Yes, I think they will absolutely get those. But I don't think you're going to see them get like unique powers that actually have dramatic effects, because that would be a lot of effort for something you're only going to be able to use occasionally.
So I really want that bloated corpse to hit their own units. I really want this. I really want this.
Oh, he's stuck behind a crab. Oh, that could have been. That would have been so good. You might still get the. You might still get it.
Yeah, I think we got it. It hurt their crabs, but it's alright.
It's a bummer. It would have been great if it got all those depth guard.
Yeah.
But the back line's pretty much done. Who's the greatest demon slayer? If you mean who has the highest kill count on all demons, that would be Lord Korok. Lord Korok killed so many demons, it's fucking hilarious. Hey, Prince of Pleasure! Appreciate it. I'm ordering a pizza. Fuck it. I want something easy that I don't have to think about. I was thinking maybe ordering from a specialist place, but it's like, I just don't. I don't care.
Suck.
I want something that I can, like, eat, and if I don't finish it, I can just put it in the fridge and deal with it later. It's so... Oh, man. Chat, what are y'all having for lunch? It's critical information! Oh, I can get a free pizza for lunch.
Alright, we're eating up their artillery over here. That's pretty good.
Thin and crispy.
Need them to take out the depth guard. Oh my god, they got fucking wrecked.
And then I'll take one of these. I haven't spent enough to get delivery yet.
Them over here, how are they going here? What are these? That's okay, that's okay. Yeah, him running off the battlefield doesn't matter.
I guess give me one of these. There, that should be enough. Apply coupons. Donut holes, nice, nice. Yogurt. I need to get into yogurt. Because the only thing I don't really have as part of my diet that I really want to have are probiotics. I need to get into yogurt. You're having dinner for dinner? Wow, that's descriptive. Fried sausages. Egg sunny side up and some bread rolls. Very nice. Chicken bacon ranch panini. That sounds good. I don't like bacon very much, but paninis it is usually hard to screw up a panini. Those are delicious.
Alright, I think I will actually win this. This is actually looking really good.
Told you had it easy.
Yeah. Better not to get overconfident.
I think you used a much more elaborate strategy than you needed to, but I'm just going to assume that was your escape inside showing. Have you said fuck COVID? No, but I'll say it. Fuck COVID.
Racist.
Don't care. COVID can die in a fire.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
Alright, lunch is ordered. Yeah,
it looks like I'm gonna win. It looks like it. Taking out their artillery made such a huge difference here.
I love seeing elite units like Death Guard just get absolutely shredded to death by skinks. It's always hysterical.
Yep, there we go. Army lock. Yeah! There we go.
Nice.
First heroic victory of the campaign, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Still have your rocks on the pterodons? Oh no, there just wasn't a really good opportunity to use them.
Fellist, behave. that's a little saucy.
Alright, it would be great if I can get a peace treaty with them now. No, okay. Alright. Okay, hang on a second. Let me have a look here.
That last dwarf army is hiding somewhere near Thrice Cursed Peak. I think I can lure him out, though, by just putting anyone into ambush. I think they'll come for your small army. Or my settlement.
Oh, I know a cheese here, but it's the most...
Do it!
Oh, no, you wouldn't like it. No,
Do it!
You wouldn't like it. No,
Do
you
it!
wouldn't like this at all. This will take, it'll take hours to do.
Oh, never mind,
I could use a life slan mage priest to consistently lose against Mary and Clocklin, because you can do it over and over and over again, and keep healing after every battle. But every defeat, I'll still gain some experience, and eventually, I'll have Dwellers Below.
Oh, fucking Christ, dude. That I would just like, alright, I'm gonna go get...
I told you you'd hate it, right? I told you you'd hate it.
I'm gonna go get milk from the store. I'll be back in a few years.
Do you think Thankor will get added in Warhammer 2 or 3? Definitely not Warhammer 2, probably Warhammer 3.
Yes.
Alright, Fuming Serpent. I've got 7 units in here. Don't have walls. And they've got reinforcements coming. I think I could just probe them a little bit. Just have a little look.
Kinky.
Oh man, a life slaying could totally grind them down to nothing.
Are there any inhabitants from...
That's not bad at all.
What's up?
That's not bad at all.
Hurricane Irma, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, question about races. Which race do you think has the best... Oh, okay, so which race do you think has the best non-legendary lord, and which race do you think has the worst non-legendary lord?
This won't take anywhere near as long as I thought. Given their army, yeah, it won't take anywhere near as long as I thought. I need the Slam Maze Preach of Life.
Okay, to answer that...
Yeah, okay.
I would say the best... Honestly, I think the best non-legendary lord is probably one of the vampire count super characters. Like the Necrarch or the Lamian Lord and stuff like that. Like, those characters are insanely strong once they get up and running. Like, they're really powerful casters. You get a dragon mount. They have great abilities. They're good fighters. So I'd probably say they're the best. As far as the worst... Probably the Master Necromancer. I think the Vampire Counts honestly have both. Like, the Master Necromancer doesn't have a monstrous mount, so he can't make up for the fact that he's a shitty fighter. And he's a wizard, but he's not a particularly good one. I think there are ways you can make him good, but I don't think he is good in and of himself. I don't even know if you need to bother dodging. Mortars do so little damage to single entities.
Yeah...
Plus,
right,
every single
first thing we need to get rid of, zombie, pirate, gunnery, mob, bombers.
I wish my lunch was here, because this is going to take a minute.
I'm just going to apologize in advance for this. I don't need to wipe... in fact, it would be bad for me to wipe out the artillery. We want to keep them alive for the final fight. So what we want to be getting rid of is using Awakening of the Wood to get rid of zombie, pirate, gunnery mobs. Now here's the thing: if they
I like the Night Goblin War Boss.
I can keep fighting this indefinitely.
The Night Goblin War Boss is super cheap, and you can make him really fast.
I'll get stronger. Now,
on a squig mount.
If we got their strength rank, this one's level up to 20. They can't put the point in for immortality until it's their turn. So if I win on this turn, doesn't matter if that lord is level 40, it will die.
I feel like I'm listening to a conspiracy theorist trying to explain something to me.
You have no idea. I wouldn't normally do this, but I see a path to victory here. Cregator did a £5 super chat. Thanks to you guys for the content, Loremaster and Cheese Guide. You guys make a great team. Alright, thanks dude, I agree. Thanks for the super chat. Because yeah, there's often a lot of questions that I just don't know how to answer, and it's just great having Sotek here to answer them for me, so I don't have to bullshit.
I also like... it is so much easier streaming when I don't have to talk the entire time. Like, it's so much nicer on my voice.
Alright, it's no point doing damage to them, we have to actually inflict kills.
Are there any inhabitants from Athel lore in the Great Book of Grudges? Yes, the Wood Elves have a lot of pages in the Great Book of Grudges. The Dwarves hate the Wood Elves. I mean, they hate all elves. But the Wood Elves... the dwarves of the Grey Mountains have a really bad habit of sometimes going down there trying to harvest resources or get revenge for their ancestors, and it never goes well.
Every defeat will make me stronger. Oh my god.
What's Sigmar's ultimate plan in AOS? Just to kill the Chaos Gods. In Fantasy, Sigmar didn't really have a plan. He was just kind of...
And the great thing is that after all this is over,
distant.
this guy's going to have horrible traits for attackers, but it doesn't matter. But he'll actually be quite highly leveled up. If it goes down the way I think it's going to go down.
Who are the most hated greenskins for the dwarves? The most hated greenskins for the Dawi are... Gorfang Rotgut is definitely in number 1 or number 2 slot. And I would say Skarsnik is the other one. Though those two have done horrible, terrible things by the way the dwarves reckon. They have a truly repulsive amount of pages in the Great Book of Grudges, and they've done some really, really nasty shit. And they've been around a good while, too.
Come on, I can't attack you with while you're there.
Lazy Laz, that's a great question. I think if they were to do a new lizard species...
It's going to be low kills at first, but once we start leveling up, then we'll start getting loads more kills. Oh, actually,
I don't know, dude.
On the hand cannons. Those are way more dangerous than the bombers.
We've got, like... Ah, man. That's super difficult.
Oh, shit.
Maybe something more like a... I feel like a lot of those are kind of already covered by the monsters we have. But, like, maybe if there was another...
Alright, that's one defeat.
fairly large lizard species based on,
I got some kills.
like, monitor lizards or
it'll get easier with
Komodo
every fight,
dragons.
Especially when we start getting
I mean, it's kind of what a troglodyte is, but maybe like a bipedal, like, intelligent lizard species.
Hate me for this.
That's like maybe Kroxigor-ish size, but it's more about, like, stealth and dealing... venomous, and it's venomous instead of having like poisonous missiles.
Oh god. Oh my god, he's only gonna kill 15 each time. No, it's gonna snowball. It's gonna snowball.
Once he gets dwellers, it's pretty much a cakewalk, but
I don't think we'll get to that point.
Chameleon Crocs.
First thing that needs to happen is get rid of the bats.
Super chats are appearing multiple times. Just ignore them.
Don't forget they've got a bomb dude in there. So eventually,
Streamlabs is being a goof. Just ignore
it. That guy's going to explode.
That's why we have the sound turned off. Like Snakemen.
Once we get rid of all their missile units, I'll be able to blob up their units a lot better. Putting 2 points into Awakening of the Wood could be.
Can't do Snakemen.
Now, another thing to consider is that my leadership's not going to fall
aquatic subspecies of lizardmen. Technically, Kroxigors and Skinks are aquatic.
What I start off with, so I should withdraw from this battle as close to full health as possible, or else.
And I'd rather have fish people than aquatic lizardmen.
He won't take leadership penalties.
Oh, you know what I would want? Chat, you know what I would want? I would want lizardmen with wings.
So actually, what I should do
like draconic lizardmen. Like lizardmen that are like Saurus, but they have wings. That would be badass. That would be super badass.
See if I can kill a few more of their units.
Giant turtlemen? Yeah, you could do turtles.
Keep healing as well.
I think turtles would fit. You could have like a turtle type lizardman. I think that would work well.
But we should really try to make sure we end this battle in better shape than when we started.
Cregator, thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks to both of you for the content, Loremaster and the Cheese God. You guys make a great team. Thank you. Appreciate it. What do I think about Techless attacking Nagash and AOS? I'm super excited for it.
Lord is better than all their legendary lords.
Very, very excited.
We'll show you why.
You want kobolds? No. Kobolds, no. Those kobolds are just shittier skinks. Bearded dragons? Cool.
If I could get their mortars to shoot... Yeah, the problem is I need to get rid of that hand cannon.
How strong are Talea, Nastalia, and the lore? They're the weakest of the human kingdoms, but that's because they have a lot of infighting issues. Kobolds are cute, though? Yes, and they belong in D&D. Are you saying skinks aren't cute? I will ban you. Don't you dare talk about my precious boys like that.
Okay, here comes the bloody boy.
I mean, what would kobolds be? Just smaller skinks?
Go for that because we've already damaged them, so we'll actually get some kills on that one.
I would either go with winged lizardmen, or I would go with turtles. But yeah, Naturo's the thing I'm the most hoping.
First, but just bear with me, because after every battle,
the thing I am most hoping for is I want Archon the Black to get killed. I mean, he's undead, so he can come back. But I want Archon the Black to be killed by Eltharion. I want Eltharion to kill Archon so bad.
If we could wipe out this unit, that'd be really good.
Big Red Bear, you're banned. How dare you? Say such heretical bullshit in my chat. Get the fuck out.
What did he say?
He said skinks are ugly. How dare him? I won't tolerate such slander.
Okay, what I'm gonna do,
There's no Banhammer emote, not on YouTube.
In higher health.
There is on Twitch.
I'll do it on the next one. I kind of missed there. Alright, we got way more kills in this battle than we did. We don't want to use this. I don't want high leadership. I want a rout. What a rout! Get me out of here. One down. 19 to go. But like I said, the thing is, what we're going to do is get rid of all of this shit here, and then in the final battle, we just waste all the ammunition of the mortars, and it'll probably just cause the army losses.
No, I see the rest of your chat. I'm choosing not to read it.
We've almost got our first level up. Okay, now in this next fight here, I'm not going to do any damage to them. I'm just going to heal the full and withdraw from the battlefield.
I'm gonna start filing my taxes. I need to do that.
I told you, everyone's gonna hate me for this, but when it's over, you just be in awe, okay?
Do I have any videos on AOS? I have like 2, but I'm about to be diving pretty heavy into it in the near future.
Okay, so we need this battle just to heal. Also, this defeat here will give us a level up, which means the cooldown on Awakening of the Woods can go down.
Chameleon skinks are ugly? I won't argue that one. No Banhammer emote? No, I don't remember.
I did a Bretonnian battle a while ago.
I guess I replaced it for a bit.
To take on a greenskin army, and I spent 2 hours trying to beat it, and then end up losing. And it was a bit of a meme.
I'll re-add it after the stream.
The thing is, I lost the battle, but I did so much damage to the greenskins that they actually ran away.
A house gecko skink?
Yeah, somebody, Mr. Combine says, this is going to be flashbacks of that time you fought a greenskin army with 4 lords as Bretonia. This is going to work, damn it, though. This will work.
But at what cost?
Actually, it's not going to cost me anything, really.
No, I mean, like, I only live one life.
Hey, look, these sort of opportunities are rare. You're getting to witness... This is what Legend of Total War streams are all about. Going up against a situation that really isn't that bad of a deal. And spending an absurd amount of time making sure it just goes away.
That's true. I knew what I was signing up for. Greater Demons in Warhammer 3. Lords, Heroes, or Army Units? I think they will be Lords and Units. I think they're going to do what Games Workshop did with it. So, Games Workshop did something pretty clever with Greater Demons in AOS, which AOS demons are the exact same as Fantasy Demons. They just modernized their designs.
Rock did a $13.13 super chat. Never apologize for the cheese. I'm not apologizing for the cheese. I'm apologizing for the time that it's going to take to do this. So I think what they're going to do is have... So there are multiple variants of the Greater Demons. So I think what they're going to have is, like, the most powerful variant of the Greater Demons will be a Lord slot. And then you will be able to get the other variants as, like, a rare monster for your armies. That way, if you want to run a lot of Greater Demons, you can.
But they'll probably be like tier 5 units.
Oh my god. I'm gonna get with every defeat I get more powerful. And as long as I don't hit end turn, this person's getting levels up as well, but they can't distribute any points until their turn.
I'm absolutely, now that I think about it, I'm absolutely making a meme about Legend after the stream. I knew exactly what I'm gonna make.
You do it, I deserve it.
It'll be great. I'll do it afterwards.
At least give him an extra unit to command. Why?
No!
Make it more difficult to do that. Because if that unit gets damaged, it's what's the point? What we should do is in the final fight, then you use an extra unit. Because sometimes I need to have the army loss penalty inflicted on me in order to route. Like I might get caught sometimes and not be able to withdraw, and because of the way that legendary difficulty works, they will never kill any of your lords that are not like unbreakable, before they route. Unless they've got like absurd amounts of leadership.
Plus,
like,
then
you're playing dwarf.
Then I'd have to pay attention. Whereas I'm just answering questions in chat, which is
that was a really good time to ask questions.
Do the meme now? Nah, I'll do it later. Dylan, yeah, the medium hero type of demons are called heralds. Heralds are like the hero demon.
So I'm gonna go for the hand cannons this time.
Where can you find that meme? I'll put it on Twitter.
I'm not gonna worry too much about healing, unless I'm like really close to death.
I have to make it though, and it's embarrassing how long it takes me to make a meme. What are my foods here? It's out for delivery.
I want to get rid of those hand cannons. If we can start a unit crumbling, that would be really good as well.
Bottom. Bottom. What do I think of Chakax? He's probably my favorite Lizardman character because his design is absolutely gorgeous. He has a beautiful model. I think we will probably see him, hopefully whenever the next Lizardman DLC, which I think honestly the Lizardman will be fighting the Beastmen in the last Total War Warhammer 2 Lord Pack, in which case I hope they do what they did in the last Lord Pack where they give both factions a legendary hero. If they do, I think Chakax is the easy choice for the Lizardman.
Okay, so we're getting more kills now with every fight. I told you, with every lose, with every defeat, this is gonna keep getting easier and easier, and then eventually it's gonna reach a point where I'm just gonna win.
No, I don't have any pet lizards. The pet lizards. The thing about people who own reptiles, which kudos to you if you do, like you do you, but reptiles seem to be very much more creatures that like pets that you appreciate. They don't have a... They have a very different dynamic than owning, like, a dog or a cat. And the thing is, like, if I'm going to have a pet, I treat my pets more like family members. And, like, I interact with... Like, I spend 90% of my day with Chloe doing stuff. And you just can't do that with a lizard. Like, you can't take a lizard with you places. You can't, like...
Oh no, going to break.
Do a lot of those things.
Cool. Alright, we wiped 78 units of them. We've almost taken out that hand cannon. Alright, so in the next battle, we heal.
Hashit's champion! I was streaming this game on Twitch as well.
Because I'm in a shit situation. They...
What?
Because I can, basically. Because I can. Most people wouldn't have the patience to do it, but I'm not most people.
Undead Bitch, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Sotek, when in the timeline were the orcs at their strongest? They kind of go up and down. I mean, honestly, modern day, the further you go in the timeline, the stronger greenskins get, just because they get more subtle technological advancements. A lot of their characters just keep getting bigger and badder the longer time goes on. So, like, honestly, the later you go in the timeline, the stronger they are generally, but there have been, like, big swelling points. Like, when Sigmar was born, that was when a lot of the Black Orcs that had been kicked out by the Chaos Dwarves were finally reaching the Old World, which caused, like, a big invasion. So that was when they were super duper strong. The Age of Woe for the Dwarves was a really, really powerful time for the Greenskins. They just kind of go up and down a lot, but I would say, like, their strongest point is, like, right now.
Oh! What about Sotek's page? Yeah, look, kudos to him for not, like, being like, don't do this, please.
Nah, it's fine. I am not bothered at all. Hatchet's Champion, I stream on YouTube and Twitch.
Because, yeah, like I said, we're going to get stronger with each defeat. These spells will have lower cooldowns and sooner they'll have lower costs. If I can get to rank 6, it'll increase our speed and melee defense.
Who do the dwarves hate more, orcs or Skaven? I would say the dwarves hate greenskins more than they hate Skaven, but that's just because they've known the greenskins longer. Lore-wise, how strong is Kroq-Gar? Kroq-Gar is one of the strongest fighters in all of Warhammer Fantasy. I wouldn't say he's one of the strongest beings in Warhammer Fantasy, because to have that title, you generally have to be a wizard.
Is it worth it to keep the Lord if you get the maximum negative trait for losing the battles? You can get rid of the negative trait really easily. That's a very easy one to lose. So it's really not that big of a deal, especially with Lizardmen, because it causes leadership penalties for the entire army, but Lizardmen don't have leadership problems. So if you're playing as Skaven, that's a big problem. But with Lizardmen, it's fine. Like, losing 8 leadership, who cares? You know, your forces will still hold. And like I said, all you gotta do is win a couple of battles. Just find a sack city, you'll get rid of it really quickly.
Will they move Tretch back to Crookback Mountain? No, I think that would be a waste of time. Like, they've already made it where he has an undercity under Crookback Mountain, so if you want to take over Crookback Mountain as Tretch, you can do so very, very quickly. Moving him to Crookback Mountain would be a lot of work. It doesn't sound like a lot of work, but moving a character's starting location is a shitload of work. I've talked to them about it before, and it's like, they only do it if it is like an absolute must. Because to move a character, not only are you basically throwing away all the work you already put into their initial starting spot, but to move them to a new starting spot, you have to record new audio for the character and for the advisor to talk about everything about where they move to be relevant to where they are. You have to make a new intro cinematic for them where it's like the camera's zooming around everything around them. You also have to make sure that all the factions next to where their starting location is balanced, so that the player actually has like a minor faction that they can kill off pretty quick and do a bunch of other stuff. And you have to, like, there's just so much work that goes into it. They will never, ever, ever, ever move characters unless there is like a really important reason behind it.
Or should I put Earthblood? Life Bloom can be useful to get an extra 40 hit points per cast, but if I go 2 points into Life Bloom, I can drop off 2 points off that cost. Or I can go 1 for the week.
I'll answer that in just a sec.
Which will make it, instead of costing 6 Winds of Magic, it only costs 5. No, I think I'm going to go with Earthblood, because we want to be... I don't know how many battles it's going to take, but if we can get to there, gone. Got him. Yeah, Muslim mortars. That's the reason why I did this, because that mortar, those mortars there, that's how we're gonna win. In the
Alexander,
fight.
I can't talk about that.
That's their biggest weakness in this army.
Are there any canonically gay characters in fantasy? Not. I mean, yes, but not in the sense that like that's their only preference. It's more like the characters in fantasy are either straight or either they're kind of like wiggly wobbly. Like they just kind of go with whatever they're feeling at the time. Like all elves tend to be very like they don't give a damn about sexual preference. They just do whatever they feel like doing.
Hitting their penis there a little bit.
Whereas like among human, that's something that Games Workshop didn't really think about for a really long time until fairly recently, because you know they did most of Warhammer Fantasy in the 80s and 90s when homosexuality was not really talked about, or like they just, you know, they were like, whatever, we don't care. They do exist now all over the damn place, but that's a fairly recent phenomenon. What exactly is Legend of Total War doing for this fights? I'll let him explain it.
Okay, so basically there's a bit of an exploit where if you're camped inside of a settlement, and you have to be inside the settlement, by the way. It has to be a port settlement, and if the AI goes up to your port, like at the very edge of it, so there's no movement cost, you can attack you can attack from the port to the enemy army, and if you lose, because your army is inside the garrison, you can't lose the army by losing the battle, even if you're on force march, right? So, because we're using a life wizard, we can keep losing this battle over and over and over again, keep healing and keep grinding them down a little bit. What we need to do is get rid of all of these forces here. Once we get rid of them, then all I have to do is waste the ammunition of their mortars in the final battle, and it will probably cause the army losses straight away.
Thanks, keep up the great content.
Also, because you gain experience even when you lose a battle, I am getting stronger after every defeat. Now, so are they, but they can't put the points into their lord until... Actually, don't want to get off the battlefield just yet. They can't put the points in unless they have an actual turn pass.
Mason Riley, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Multiple questions here. Which race has the least amount of grudges against dwarves besides other dwarves? Lizardmen. And that's just because of how rarely they interact. Like the dwarves don't even seem to really believe that the lizardmen exist. Or if they do exist, like they don't really understand what the difference between them and say like beastmen is. They have very, very fleeting relationship with the lizardmen. So I would say that's why. It's not that like
and
the
also
dwarves...
we can use them more to pop their own units.
Nagash end times versus Sigmar, who wins? Sigmar would beat Nagash in a fight almost every time, unless Nagash managed to somehow hit him with a really powerful spell. But Sigmar usually will come out on top against Nagash, but it's not like a 100% thing. I'd say it's more like a 60-40 in Sigmar's favor.
So they did all that damage friendly fire onto them. Probably not a good idea dealing with the a depth guard until we're a little bit leveled up. We got to be focusing on these guys. I think I really wanted the mortars to try to do some damage to their own units there, but it just didn't stick.
Is there water magic in Warhammer Fantasy? Yeah, absolutely. Water, when it comes to control over like using spells to control like lakes and rivers and marshes, that falls under the domain of the realm of the lore of life. But like the lore of ice magic from Kislev also has a lot of interaction with water because, you know, ice.
Right. I think what we need to do with this is speed up the process of leveling up. I'm going to need to take defeats a bit faster. We're just not hitting them hard enough with each battle. So I'm just going to heal with this one. But then what I'm going to do is going to start and withdraw a bunch of battles just so I can get leveled up.
Oh, food's
like
here.
just power level up a bit faster. Because I'm just not hitting them hard
Chat,
enough.
I'll be right back. Tell Legend to make you tell interesting stories. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
This isn't snowballing like I said. That particular one didn't go great, but trust me, it was better than the first one.
Who is it?
Just joined. Why do you have to hold this settlement? I don't have to. I just don't want them to take it. It's a slippery slope. Like, none of my armies are here. That's the problem. I'm completely stretched thin. Now, I could recruit an army, and it'll take a few turns. I'll lose the entire province in the meantime. But if I can manage to beat this with just this slan, well, then, you know, it's cost them a lot. They might even peace out if I manage to do it. How many more hours is this before loss? Shouldn't be that long. Like, I'm going to speed up the process a little bit. Let me just heal first. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start and withdraw from a bunch of battles, because it doesn't take very long to do that. We're going to level up. I want to get to Dwellers Below. Without getting Dwellers Below, I just can't kill their depth guard. Once I've got Dwellers Below, then I can. Because that's the biggest problem here at the moment. This just does no damage to them. It would have been good if I could have just recruited this guy at a higher level, but I'm just not at that stage yet. What level your last land should be that you could defeat this army you're fighting against? Are we going to be doing this tactic? I mean, if he had his so let's go rank 12. If you had enough Winds of Magic, I guess you could, because you just need to use a lot of Dwellers below.
Back, green screen, back. You can go over there.
Alright, one more cast. Wait, so this is infinite XP? Yeah, there's no limit to how much I can do this in this particular situation. They're gaining experience as well, but since
in my fridge.
I intend to kill this lord during this turn. If they've got a legendary lord here, probably shouldn't do this. But since it's just a generic lord, this lord could hit level 40, right? And if we kill it before it reaches the end turn, they can't put the point into immortality.
Dude, Chloe gets mad at me because I make fun of her when she barks. Whenever she barks, I bark back at her, and she always gets pissed about it. She just gives me dirty looks.
Trait gained fearful. Routed. Hey, Speed! His leadership's getting awful, though.
Enjoy your meal?
Okay.
I will.
Alright, so let's paint this out. We need to put 3 points into this and another point into there before I get to Dwells Below. It costs... It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, whenever she barks, I go poof,
magic.
Poof, poof. And she just looks at me like, quit making fun of me.
The leadership doesn't matter that much. You just got to be able to cast the damn spells.
What did I just step on? Oh, okay.
I'm guessing so. Takers are going to want to play with you after this. Yeah, you know what? I've had plenty of people play co-ops and head-to-heads with me that have sworn never to do it again. I don't blame them.
I think y'all grossly underestimate my patience. Like, my favorite form of streaming to do is just to get online and just chat with chat and, like, not even be playing a game. So, like, this does not bother me at all.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that doesn't bother you. If it did bother you, I'd just accept the loss here and just let them take it. But since you have seemingly not been bothered by it, cool. It's such a stupid thing to do. It's gonna get faster as well with every time we route. This is really funny. Okay, should be getting a level up after this. So they're rank 8, but see, they're not putting points into their skills. Alright, now I can put another point into this. There's also Eldritch Energy Reserves. I'm
going to turn him down slightly.
Rank 16 I need for that. So...
That way I am louder than he is. So I can chat with y'all a little easier.
I need to train hard. Train hard by losing.
Is it possible to work or cooperate with Neferata and not be betrayed? Yeah, absolutely. If you make a deal with Neferata and you... It's not easy.
Well,
it has to be in her interest.
So it wouldn't get here in time.
It has to be in her interest to not betray you.
If we don't defeat this army this turn, it will take the settlement. Which, you know, isn't the end of the world, but it's not what I want.
What was the first meeting between Goblin and Skarsnik? It is talked about in his book. It is talked about in his book, which will be out in a video soonish. What's my opinion on Teto Echo? How will it be implemented in game?
Streams on this channel, but man, he can talk.
I think.
Yeah. 6 hours into a stream, done 6 turns. Yeah, I know.
I think Teto Echo is... I like Teto Echo, but I don't know. Teto Echo is kind of a weird character because, like, I think he would do better as a legendary lord than as a legendary hero, but he has so much overlap between Tehinuan and Mazdamundi, and then as a legendary hero, he has a lot of overlap with Mazdamundi. So, like, you could kind of put him anywhere, but he's the last Lizardman character you should put in the game, definitely, because he's the least interesting compared to everybody else.
Mr. Stat, any reason why you just don't beat them in battle normally? I don't have any forces here, that's why. They got the jump on me a little bit, these lizards.
I just need to, like, dub over this with, like, 8 times speed and have the Rocky theme playing.
Yeah, pretty much. Do it in a montage, yeah. Primeval Glory will get you Feral Cold One summons. I can't do another right. I did it right last turn. I can't do another right. But you are right. Feral Cold One summons, they could kill like 1 or 2 troops per battle. And they would kill off the mortars, but the thing is, the mortars, they're actually on our side, right? I think, if we have a look here, incompetent attacker, that can't get any worse.
You ready for mukbang time?
Yeah, that could get worse. That could get worse. Routed during battle multiple times. That could get worse.
Are there any other Slon Lords I'd like to see added? Just more Lords of Magic, not any more special characters.
It doesn't matter. Alright, the next defeat will give us a level up.
Is there a pure evil high elf? Yeah, they're evil. So, you have to remember in Warhammer Fantasy, there's no such thing as good guys, per se. I mean, there are good people, but, like, no faction is good. They're just, like, order. So, like, they're more interested in protecting the world and building civilization, generally. But, like, high elves, there are still total asshole high elves who are, like, immensely racist and think every other race is beneath them and unworthy of life. And they might not go out of their way to, like, exterminate them, but they absolutely would if they could. Like, there are a lot of really, really douchebag elves and humans and dwarves and halflings and ogres. Like, there's no such thing as, like, a good faction in Warhammer, which is what makes it interesting. You know, it has a more historical lean to it, where, like, yeah, there's no good race. Are the Phoenix Guard male? No. The only elven units that are solo gender lore-wise are witch elves are all female.
We need 3 more levels up.
Sisters of Avalorn are all female. The only pure male unit I can remember off the top of my head, I think, is the Doomfire Warlocks. I think the Doomfire Warlocks are the only pure male unit.
So it takes only participation in this co-op is pressing spectate. I legitimately feel bad about what I'm doing here.
Quit guilting him, chat. Shut up. I'm fine.
This is what they do, okay? This is what they do. They guilt me.
I'm an adult. I can. If I was having a bad time, I have the words to express it. I don't need y'all babysitting for me. Ooh, this looks good.
Yeah, because, like, once we've got Dwellers Below, if we could just not rout instantly when dealing with Depth Guard, we can just pop the Dwellers Below down on them, and they'll
yeah, good one. Wild Riders. Wild Riders are also pure male. There's a lot of female-only units. There's a ton of female-only units among the elven culture. But males only, I think it's just Wild Riders and Doomfire Warlocks.
The enemy lord gains experience? Yep. But here's the thing. That is a generic lord. Yes, they're getting experience. They're getting experience faster than us. This lord might end up being level 40 by the time we're done here. But they can't distribute the points until their turn. Now, if I give up on this now, I have made a huge mistake by doing all this stuff. It is not worth it because this lord is going to become very powerful. But until their turn comes around, they can't put any points in, which means they can't become immortal.
Blade Singers?
Lord dies
no, they're male Blade Singers.
Hasn't put the point into
War Dancers are co-gender.
Dead.
Yeah, War Dancers are co-gender.
How much experience did you get per route loss? 400. I get 400 experience. It'd be better if it was a close victory. Close defeat. But I can't. I'd have to inflict some damage on them. Based on the engagements that we've done so far, I could probably whittle them down, but I really need Dwellers Below. Like, the difference between Awakening in the Woods and Dwellers Below is huge. Once we get Dwellers Below...
Do y'all want me to mute, or are you okay?
A couple of battles. Alright, so next battle will give us a level up again.
Are Harkonneth Executioners all male? I don't think they are. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they're co-gender.
We don't need to get level 40.
They might be all male.
What level am I now, like? Level 5?
Oh!
I need to get to level 7, I think.
You know who are pure males? Assassins. Dark Elf Assassins are male only. Fun fact.
And then, you know, this Lord, we intend to use it later down the track as well. You know, having it leveled up, this is gonna pay dividends down the track. And all those bad traits, you know, we'll get rid of them eventually.
Are the elves still a dying race in AOS? No, they got rid of all the dying race stuff. Except for the Lizardmen. The Seraphon are still... Well, the Slawn.
What's dying race?
As in, like, the population is decreasing. Like, in fantasy, they always talk about how the dwarves and the elves are dying races. They're in their twilight. In Age of Sigmar, they decided that was stupid because they got tired of everyone asking, like, okay, if the elves and dwarves are dying races, how do they keep fighting all these massive wars and not going extinct?
Yeah. Stop poking holes in all of our plot holes. Okay, Shield of Thorns. Alright, yeah, we need 2 more levels up. I gotta get to level 8, and then once we got Dwellers Below,
yeah, all Skaven are male.
Experience is needed now.
But we were talking about elves.
90, so 4 defeats will equal a level up here. Magic or melee line on Eltharion? I always go magic over melee. Magic is just so good. Is it just me, or is this map getting more and more sandy? Why haven't you died after 2 defeats? There is a loophole in this situation here. Any army that is sitting garrisoned inside of a settlement is immune from the 2 defeats equals destroyed thing. So even if I was on force march here, if you're garrisoned inside of a settlement, you cannot be wiped out. Like this. I think. Yeah, we're gaining 400 experience because I had 100 last time.
Guys, for the pure gender, I was answering a question about elves. Elves specifically. Many of the other races have solo gender units.
So, normally in this sort of situation, I'd already have a lord ready to go that would be able to handle this, but I just didn't in this situation here, so I need to train it up. So yeah, don't do this if you're up against... Like, if Luther Harkon was out on the sea here, I wouldn't do this, because, you know, level 40 Luther Harkon, just no thank you. I'd rather lose a minor settlement, but this is just some generic lord. Even at level 40, it's not that dangerous, but Luther at level 40 is a horrendous thing to deal with. So this is like a better version of level 40 Vampire Lord exploit. I wouldn't say this is better. This is way more tedious. No, the level 40 thing, you have to spend a long time to do that, don't you? Vampires.
Why are Skaven all male? The reason Skaven are all males is because Skaven force all of their females to become brood mothers. Like, they turn all of their females into breeding stock. And they're like giant monsters. They don't look anything like male Skaven. They're very different. They're huge.
Why is the map getting more and more salty? It is. Look at it. It's getting more and more desert-like.
It's just the AI salting.
Yeah.
White Lions? No, White Lions can be co-gender.
Okay, we just need 1 more level up after this, so it's probably... We're looking at about maybe 4 more defeats. 4 more defeats and then we're ready to go. To actually fight the battle properly. 4 or 5 more defeats, maybe 6. How would you rate the Drawer Troll Hammer stack after trying some other Doom stack? Troll Hammer? Not very good. It's been nerfed significantly. Momchill Dillov did a BGN5 super chat. I installed the game after I cheesed the fuck out of it. Thanks for helping me keep off it, Legend. Alright, thanks for super chat.
I love that one. That's great.
Oh, hang on. I didn't get... Did I not? I didn't get a level up that time. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not the next level up that matters. It's the one after this. It's going to affect my statistics on this. You know, I had a couple of defeats, and then all of a sudden I get like 50 defeats.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna look like a way better player than Legend if we go purely based on stats. By the end of this.
Yeah. I just don't care about that. The Skaven brain is lose until you win. And if you win, you win. You know, you win big.
And then technically Volkia is not a demon. She is a mortal who is like heavily mutated. On a scale of 1 to 10, how lore-friendly would you rate this sequence? A 10. The Slann is clearly using his most powerful stand, which allows him to just put time into a loop, so he gets infinitely more powerful. I think this is 100% lore accurate.
Alright, one more level up. That's all we need. I'm worried that I'm going to hit auto-resolve by accident. If that happens, hit spectate, you'll override me.
Ah, that's a really tempting thing not to do.
Lose the battle, win the war. I'm all about that. I don't care about how many battles I lose if I'm winning the war. Like, I'll happily throw something away, you know, a small number of troops away if it will provide me with an advantage. Because, you know, sometimes you got to sacrifice 10 men, 10 lizards, to save 1,000. Sometimes you got to put a frog through the meat grinder in order to get some, I don't know, better frogs. I don't know.
Wow, great. That was eloquently put.
It was. I don't remember what the French word for frog leg was. Just can't remember it.
I have never watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know nothing about it.
Alright. How many more battles do we have to do here? I need 700... Two more. Ask Sotek about the Chaos Dwarf Legendary Lords. Yeah, that is just a good point. Who are the Chaos Dwarf Legendary Lords?
So the two we're 100% going to get are Astrogoth Ironhand, who is he's like the biggest, baddest, he's the oldest living sorcerer prophet of Hashut. He's very, very powerful, though there are a lot of talk in Chaos Dwarf Society about how his power started to wane because he's gotten so old. And the thing about sorcerer prophets among the Chaos Dwarves is that because they're wizards, the blessing of Hashut kind of allows them to manipulate magic, but it's also a curse because whenever they lose control of magic, it causes parts of their bodies to turn to stone. And Astrogoth has been alive for so long and has cast so much magic over his long life that a significant amount of his body is now made out of stone. But Astrogoth is also a genius inventor, as are many Chaos Dwarves. And so instead of just letting himself turn to stone, he created he basically created a mecha suit. So he has a mechanical suit of armor that is around his body and allows him to move, and also greatly augments his strength. He's actually terrifying. So that's probably like the biggest, baddest one is going to be Astrogoth Ironhand.
Just need to interrupt for a moment. Jonathan Bonasil did a €2 super chat. French word is cuisse de grenouille. Like I can't read that very well. I mean, I can read it, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Grenouille? Cuisse de grenouille. Apparently that's frog legs. But yeah, go on. Thanks for super chat. I appreciate you.
No problem.
You're gonna have to write it out phonetically if you want me to get it right.
The next character they're definitely going to have is another sorcerer prophet type character called Drassoath the Ashen, which he was featured in the Tarmacon series. Drassoath the Ashen is the Lord of the Black Tower, which is one of the two major outposts outside of Mingol Zarnagrund, which is their capital. And the Black Tower, Drassoath the Ashen is a very, very, very powerful wizard who rides on a Bale Taurus, which is a giant bull monster that has wings and is constantly surrounded by fire, and they're very, very pissed off. They're like bull monsters that are the size of dragons, which are believed to be like mortal incarnations of Hashut and his rage. And then, or his cruelty, more accurately. Then beyond that, they have a couple options. There is a Hobgoblin special character that existed back in 5th edition they could use if they wanted to have a Hobgoblin representative. They could also use a Bull Centaur character. There was a character they invented for AOS called Shartor the Executioner, who is a really very cool looking model, but he's like the biggest, baddest Bull Centaur. But if they decided to use, which he technically was made for AOS, but I think he was intended for fantasy, they just weren't able to release his sculpt in time. So they could use him because he never got used in an AOS story. It's just that his model came out during AOS's life cycle. So I would be fine with him, and that would give us 4 pretty good characters. So you'd have a Hobgoblin special character, a Bull Centaur special character, and then a Sorcerer Prophet on a mount, and then Astrogoth being the super powerful Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer Prophet in a mecha suit.
Alright, we got Dwellers Below now, so we should start to see ourselves do way more damage per cast.
Can I answer the lore fact above? Can Nehekarans learn other lores of magic even if they are undead? That wasn't even a they could if they wanted to, yeah. Traditionally, they know the lore of Nehekara, and then many of them know the lore of death or the lore of light because it was a very well-established lore within their empire. But if they wanted to learn another lore of magic,
I'm surprised they didn't.
Theoretically, they could. The problem with Lich Priests is that Lich Priests are not undead. They look like they're undead. Actually, I guess that's an interesting fact. I'll say it on the full chat. But contrary to popular belief, the Lich Priests are not undead. They are actually alive. They look very dead, but that's because they got the shitty form of immortality. They discovered how to be immortal, but their form of immortality is that they cannot die from natural causes, not that they have eternal youth. So that's why they're so horribly decrepit looking, is because they've been alive for thousands of years without any of the, like, not like the sexy kind of immortality, though, like the really shitty kind of immortality. So the reason that you would never...
Cetra's not sexy?
No, Cetra is, like, the good kind of immortality in that he got brought back from the dead. Like, Kotep is immortal, and alive still. But, you know, he doesn't look so good. Ooh, that was a beautiful cast. But as for could they learn other lores of magic? Generally, no. Humans, most humans cannot master more than one lore of magic. It's just way too difficult for them and comes with serious consequences unless you're willing to risk your life with, like, mutation and other big issues, which Lich Priests don't. They value being alive very, very much. So...
Are they back? I'll decide.
So with that in mind, I would say no, Lich Priests cannot learn new lores of magic, because there are no new Lich Priests. All the Lich Priests that are still around are the Lich Priests that were alive when Nehekara itself was alive. There have been no new Lich Priests born for thousands of years.
Alright, we got rid of the bats.
If the Lich Priests made a cauldron of blood, would they look normal again? If they could get the ritual to work on them, theoretically, yes.
Don't touch Mimi! This frog sounds a lot like a rat.
Hey, if you got a tool, you gotta make you gotta make do with it, you know.
Bye-bye! Close to feet. We're getting somewhere.
Are there any true immortal humans? Nagash was probably the closest. But Nagash got murdered. Twice. Are vampires a good type of immortality? Yeah, but they have to constantly, like... No, well, yes and no. Like, their type of immortality works, but they constantly have to feed on blood to keep it going. They can't just... You can't just exist and, like, mind your own business as a vampire. You have to stick near humanity so that you can feed on them to keep yourself powerful and keep your blood craze at bay. Or you can feed on dark magic, but it would turn you into a horrific-looking monster, like, which is what happens to Necrarchs. So their immortality comes with a caveat. So I would not call it, like, the good kind of immortality. Plus, they're still corpses. Like, they can't have children because they don't have functioning biological components. Sigmar and Myrmidia are immortal? Well, they're gods, not humans. They weren't... Myrmidia, I don't believe, was actually a human. I think she's always been a god. But, Sigmar was a man who eventually died, and after his death, he ascended to godhood because people kept worshipping him. Save the game, Legend went down? Well, he's still in game. I'm assuming your stream crashed, if you're saying that.
No, I didn't. It didn't even seem to crash at my end. I don't know. A lot of people said it did, but I didn't see it.
Oh, well.
All right.
No, he's fine.
Yeah, we're fine. Okay, let's keep going. So, that was a close defeat. It seems like it's the same amount of experience as a decisive defeat. Bounce of power starting to get better. Alright, what we really want to do is get that hole as they're moving around that corner, because that was so good. We got rid of a lot of the depth guard on that one. And then, it's good the bats are gone, and then if we can try to get the last of them hit by the bloated corpse. As long as the game doesn't crash, it's fine. If it does crash, I won't do this again.
Tempest Wolf.
Saving it time.
Yeah, Tempest Wolf. That is correct, but the Chaos Wars refer to the effect as Hashett's Curse. That's what they know it as. Hobgoblins and goblins are not the same. No, they are subspecies of... Hobgoblins are a subspecies of goblin, but they are notably taller and lankier than most goblins. Just like how... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm going to waste all of the mortar ammo this time because I want to not be taking leadership penalties. This is the battle that I want to wipe out all of their infantry. I want them all gone in this battle.
Who's older, Mazdamundi or Lord Croc? Lord Croc is the oldest Slan, period.
This might be the fastest slan I've ever had.
Hobgoblins are stronger? A little bit.
What's the speed of Depth Guard? 36. He can actually outrun Depth Guard.
Why is your Slan so fast?
When you withdraw from the battles loads and loads of times, you gain a plus 10% extra speed trait. Plus he's got the level 7 ability that gives him extra speed. So I think he's got something like 16%. Oh, what's it called here? Evasion plus 6% speed. So he's got 16% extra speed on top of his base.
I'm just gonna choose to pretend that he attached like a go-kart motor to his palanquin. Palanquin, however you say it.
It'd be pretty funny if this is the actual victory battle right here. Because all I really need to do is inflict enough damage on their infantry. Also, I've recovered balance of power because I came into the battle damaged. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. Did I? Yeah, I did. Alright, I think... Yeah, here's the last few mortar shots. Alright, there we go. Oh. Still got a couple of shots left. This one here's still got 4. Also, I think that Lord is casting spells on them constantly.
Do I have this? Oh, go ahead.
Magic. No, I wasn't saying anything important.
Do I have any of the Slan miniatures from Warhammer 40k? I don't. I think I either... Here, this will make you feel old. Either I had not been born yet, or I was still in single digits and hadn't started playing the game when there were Slan in 40k. Like actual models.
So So, all I want to do is get them to start charging at me. Yep, that's it. Get them to come around this way. They're going a bit too wide over there. See that dude over there? I need him. Oh no, I don't want to wipe out their mortar crew unless I'm going to win the battle, which I don't know if I'm going to. I guess we'll find out what's going to happen here.
Can dwarves use magic like chaos dwarves? They theoretically could, but they never would. The risk is too high. And plus, dwarves think magic is way too unreliable and dangerous. Do goblins and hobgoblins like each other? No, hobgoblins are the most hated race in all of fantasy, especially by other greenskins. If the other greenskins had the ability to completely exterminate hobgoblins, they would jump on that no matter the price. They hate hobgoblins. Yes, it is possible to cure the curse of vampirism if a single vampire drinks all of the blood of a dragon, but it seems that they have to consume the entire dragon themselves. But yes, 2 vampires have pulled that off in history that we know of. Zacharias the Ever-Living did it, which is how he actually got his dragon mount, was that he feasted on it. And Abarash, who was the progenitor of the blood dragon vampire line, killed a red dragon in a duel and drank its blood after he killed it. And the 2 of them no longer need to drink blood. And they are also obscenely more powerful than most other vampires.
Oof. Took a lot of damage in that one.
Grimnir versus the Great Horned Rat.
Alright, good, they're gone.
This will probably hurt people's feelings, but I honestly think the Great Horned Rat would win over on Grimnir just because the Great Horned Rat cheats. I think Grimnir would try and win too honorably, and that would end up dooming him.
Okay, I kind of need to lose the battle, I think. Sooner rather than later. We don't want to die.
Why do all the greenskins hate hobgoblins? Because hobgoblins are the most treacherous of all goblin kind to an obscene extent. And it's just the greenskins. The greenskins mostly hate them because of their portrayal during the whole Black Orc Rebellion with the Chaos Dwarves, which I'll talk about another time. But it's also just because hobgoblins in general are just the worst.
Alright, that didn't work out quite how I hoped it to do, but that's okay. We wiped out another unit. I'm gonna need another battle to heal back up. Let him rest. No, we're out of reserves now. I don't have unlimited reserves. We gotta get out of here. The recharge rate's too slow now. I think we wiped out one of their mortar crew, which is not what I wanted to do. See, that time we got a decisive defeat. They just didn't blob up around the corner like they did that other time. But at least that unit is gone. That's okay, we didn't wipe it out, that's good. We want these guys to be the last ones here. Also, they're just not sending this guy at us. But yeah, I think what I need to do is not waste all of their ammo. That actually didn't work out how I wanted it to. Alright.
Are hobgoblins more evil than night goblins? Yes.
I need to get back up to full health because the damage taken leadership penalty is based on how much health you start off with. So we need to be starting off on full health if we don't want him to die. Because otherwise, if you go into a battle with like 1 hit point, he'll essentially fight to the death. So this battle here, I'll need to heal. At least we'll be able to heal a lot faster than before because it's cheaper and we've got Earthblood, so it provides a little bit of extra. Don't need to get to complete full health, but around here is ideal. If you go into a battle with like this much health, they'll fight to the death. Not good.
Does Neferata still need to drink blood? Yes. She also really likes to drink blood. For her, it's a highly refined hobby. I'll put it this way. Go ahead.
I'm just to say, if I get another level up, I'll be able to cast Dwellers Below 3 Winds of Magic cheaper, which will help in the amount of damage that we could do in every battle.
True dat.
But yeah, it's really important I don't destroy those mortars. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to finish off that lord.
And here, I'll put it this way, chat. Hobgoblins are such treacherous assholes, even to each other, that from an evolutionary standpoint, they have evolved so that there's actually an extra plate of bone between their shoulder blades to make it harder for them to backstab each other. That's how douchey they are. Evolution, like, has altered to deal with their douchiness. I would trust a Skaven more than I would trust a Hobgoblin. I'll put it that way.
These legends would not give up. Well, I'm past the halfway point. Now we get the fun part where we actually do damage to them, and it's getting easier with every fight. We got rid of the hand cannons. That was the main thing I was worried about. That was going to be able to do damage to us. Now I'm more concerned about getting rid of the depth guard. In every battle, we get rid of a few of them. I just need like one really good Dwellers Below to just get rid of them. We don't even need to wipe them out completely. We just need to drop them down to like...
That's not how evolution works. It does if you're greenskins. Don't try and apply your real-world science to a fantasy race. They're fucking fungus-animal hybrid. Shut up and sit down.
Well, actually, it is kind of how evolution would work. Because one of them would get the mutation, and that would make them more successful to survive, and therefore they would be much more likely to pass on that gene as opposed to somebody who got backstabbed and didn't have that extra plate of bone. That's exactly how evolution works.
Hey Zeus, are you not entertained by me chatting with you? Are you not interested in hearing about the lore and listening to stories and having me just chill with y'all?
We've been grinding them down. All right, if we lose,
we don't need to rush him. We're having an okay time. Yeah, this is fine. We're not in a hurry.
So yeah, focusing on
this is okay.
Guard. And this time, I'm not going to worry about wasting their ammo. That proved to not be a very useful effort. If we can get the big
look how that turned out. This is a good looking pizza.
But they don't have genes to carry down. Well, that's not necessarily true, isn't it?
They spread spores, so they do.
Yeah, they don't breed the way that we do, but they still have to. They don't just sprout out of the ground, like from nothing. Like a greenskin's got to take a dump or die somewhere and have spores, and those spores are relative to what they are, I guess. All right.
Are greenskins also fungus in fantasy? Yes. Greenskins are not identical to the way they work in 40k. There are some notable differences, but they are fungi in both universes. It looks green? Oh.
I get their attention over here. They seem to blob up a lot more if the mortars are still active. They didn't take that bait. Okay.
Who's the strongest Chaos God? That depends a lot on what's going on. If there's a big plague sweeping the world, Nurgle's the strongest. If civilization is at its height and things are going well and there's lots of people indulging in excess, Slanesh is the strongest. If there's constant war and battle going on, Khorne's the strongest.
I don't want to fight this one now. Do it later.
And Zinch gets out on top occasionally too. Like the gods are constantly...
Zinch is actually always on top, and anytime he's not on top, he's just letting you think he's not on top.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what a goofy, scrangly little nerd would say whenever he's...
Oh, no, it's truth. Rage call me nerd. Offensive.
I stand by it.
Yeah! I'm not happy with that cast, I think.
Yep, that's a good one. Is this still going on? Yes.
Alright, now we just gotta get there. Get this one to come at us while we're also fighting here.
Do greenskins have gender? No. Greenskins are just greenskins. What's
So
in
really
their
all green skins female.
What's in their pants? Wah. That's what's in their pants.
Come at me, bro.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet. No, no, wait. These two here. Big match. Come on. Yes. Yes! Yes! No! Over here, come on. Over here, big boy. Big boy, over here. Shit, they're gonna rout me. I'm not ready for it to rout yet. What are you doing? Come on, big boy.
The AI's like, no.
Come on. Come on over here.
Hit him with a tree, so he runs slower.
Shit, that didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. He just doesn't want to come at me.
You bitch!
Come at me. Oof. Starting to get a bit damaged though. As long as we don't hit absolute zero.
C.A.
fine.
Johnson, I would be happy to come on anytime, my dude. Y'all just let me know when.
I'm probably there we go. Alright. At least we got a level up this time. We're getting close. It's been, how long have I been doing this for? An hour and 20 minutes or something? It's worth it. Worth it.
There's some crunchy pizza. Yeah, I like thin crust. I like my pizza
So you're gonna
crunchy.
lose twice? Not in this situation. If you're sit inside of a settlement, you can lose as many times as you want. Gotta level up. Okay, so dwellers below, or we can get magical reserves. I think I'll go with dwellers below. Alright, so the next battle over here, we need to heal up again.
Does Archaon have any good books? Yeah, he has a pretty okay series. He has a book called Archaon the Everchosen, and part 2 is Archaon Lord of Chaos. And then technically part 3 of that series is book 5 of the End Times, which is called The Lord of the End Times. It's an okay trilogy.
This is the battle where we win. I think.
You want to bet?
No, I don't bet. This is the battle where we win, because the army loss penalty is relative to your starting balance of power. Okay, it doesn't take into consideration the fact that we can heal heaps. So what I do is heal heaps at the start of this battle, and it'll probably say it might say victories within our grasp, right? Then we waste all of their ammo with that, and since most of their balance of power is now tied up in that.
Do greenskins grow from mushrooms? Well, yeah, they're a fungus,
Then all we have
so
to
essentially,
do is
yes.
Get rid of that bloated corpse.
What do I think about Microsoft buying Bethesda? I don't care.
We don't have to kill the general. If
Sorry.
the army loss penalty is in place.
I don't
I'm
care
not
about
certain
that kind of
about
stuff.
This,
Bethesda is pretty much dead to
I
me.
will just use this opportunity.
They've been
here,
very money
but
grubby
also
for
waste
way
their
too
ammo.
long.
And
I
we'll just see how
don't
things
think I'll
play
buy
out
another
with
game
this.
of theirs unless like reviews just come out saying it's the best thing ever. But I'm not interested in Bethesda anymore.
So they're losing balance of power, and we're gaining it.
Sean Renshaw, yeah, that's the entire point of the trilogy of books about Archaon. Any good books about the Everqueen? Alariel? Yeah, she plays a very prominent role in the Tyrion Teclis series.
The Inept General actually has a really good video on Alariel, if you want to check that out. It's like an hour long. It tells a pretty long story about Alariel and Tyrion and the Battle of Fernuvial Plains, or whatever it is. Good video, highly recommend it. If I wasn't live streaming, it's the kind of video that I'd watch while I'm doing this garbage. So, well, I'm down for the next 2 hours. I might as well put up a lore video.
How powerful are the Dread Abyssals ridden by Nagash's Mortarks? They are extremely powerful. They're at least Griffin level. They're basically like guard dogs of the underworld that represented different forms of eternal torment. And Nagash weaponized them into mounts for his Mortarks. How long will I continue streaming? Probably until this whole shenanigan's over. How many Everqueens have there been? A lot. I do not know the exact number off the top of my head. I'd have to go through it. Like, well, I don't think it's possible to determine how many there have been. There have been quite a few, though. Whenever an Everqueen dies, her daughter always takes her place. Always. Quick question about Gorok. Didn't he get... Okay, so yeah, Lizardman 0702. Gorok's kind of like most famous battle was when he was sent to retrieve the Star Stella, which was stolen by the Dark Elves. And in that battle... Say what?
Me too, sorry, dude. Sorry, I'll let you continue just a sec. Rory William did a £5 super chat. Any tips for starting as Lockyer on ME? Really struggling with the Lustria Bolt migration. I haven't played Lockyer in ages. I'll probably cover Lockyer again at some point, so I'll be able to provide you with advice then. Thanks, super chat, dude. Appreciate you.
So, the thing that happened with Gorok is when he was sent to retrieve the Star Stella, he found the Dark Elf Lord that had it, who was riding a chariot. And this Lord sees Gorok coming for him. And Gorok, you know, is terrifying because he's gigantic. And when the chariot comes at him, Gorok just slams his shield on the ground. And it basically makes him into an impenetrable boulder. So when the chariot hits it, it just explodes. And the Lord, the Dark Elf Lord, was so acrobatic and skilled at combat that he managed to not only leap off the chariot in time, but do this crazy triple somersault bullshit. Where he impaled the Gorok through the chest, which he thought would kill him, but Gorok is very, very durable, if nothing else. So Gorok, nice. Gorok decided the best way to deal with this Dark Elf General was to reach forward and grab his arm, where he was holding on to his spear, and Gorok dragged him closer by impaling himself further with the spear, to pull the Dark Elf Lord close enough where he could rip out his throat with his fangs, with his teeth. So Gorok decapitates this Dark Elf Lord with his teeth, and then proceeds to pick up his weapons and carry around the battle, continuing to just murder people, while this spear is literally sticking all the way through him, because Gorok doesn't give a shit. He didn't even have the spear removed until after the battle, and like he was literally just running around beating people to death with his mace.
Okay. It seems like it's not quite enough. I'm almost at my regeneration cap. So I've done everything that I need to do here, I think. These depth guard, if I could just kill a couple more of them, it'd make a really big difference. Like that one there's a dead unit. That there, I just need to kill one more. And this one over here, I just need to kill 3 more. And then they're wiped out. And then it's just the mortars. Now, looking at their health, lure them over here. I think they just shot... He just shot one of his own units. I thought I was escaping here. It's doing no damage.
You got them both down to 4.
No, they've got to go down to they've got to go down to 3.
Oh.
There, that one's gone. The other one's probably not gonna walk into there. And that's the end of my wins. Come on. Just kill one more, and... Okay, good. All the Depth Guard are gone. We can leave now.
What if the Everqueen does not have a daughter? That's never happened before. One of the Everqueen's responsibilities... It's a little messed up sounding, but one of the Everqueen's responsibilities when she takes the position, so when her mother dies and she takes the title of Everqueen, one of the first things she has to do is father a new child. Or, sorry, mother a new child, which traditionally, the way she's supposed to do that is she's supposed to basically be bed by the Phoenix King. She's supposed to sleep with the Phoenix King until she produces a daughter. Because the Everqueen is supposed to have the line of Assurance blood represented by the Phoenix King and Aisha's blood represented by the Everqueen. That's supposed to, like, always be a thing. And then after she's had her first daughter, who will inherit her throne, or her position, then she could do whatever she wants. So she can have more kids with whoever she wants. Like the Everqueen, the Phoenix Kings very, very rarely are in love. It's purely a political thing.
Alright, in this one here, I'm just going to heal, and we're getting ready for the final battle. This is the situation that I've been manufacturing. So what we're going to do is heal up to full, withdraw, and then I'm going to recruit 1 unit of something. I just need 1 unit, and that's just to take out the enemy lord, because this land can't beat it.
So the Everqueen is Sweet Home Alabama. Very, very rarely are the Phoenix Kings and the Everqueen that he sleeps with related. It's pretty rare for an Everqueen to die.
I just don't have any Regiment of Renown available. Okay, yeah, we can go up to full health.
What about the time before there was a Phoenix King? Then it didn't matter who her lover was.
We're almost there. We're almost at the home stretch. I wonder what level she is now. She's probably technically immortal. Still on the battle? Yes, but we've almost won. I've lost enough, we've almost won. Dodge and heal won't be enough for victory. I have to get rid of the Lord, I think. I have to fight the Lord. At least weaken the Lord enough. I'm not sure if just wasting the ammunition of the mortars is enough, considering we did that in the previous battle and blew up all their depth guard and took out the bloated corpse. There's probably about 50% of their balance of power sitting in the Lord, so we're going to have to at least weaken it. Now, this one here just can't duel that Lord, so we're going to need 1 unit to take it out.
Louis, the Everqueens have been around for, like, the title of Everqueen has been around for like 10,000 years.
Level 20? Yeah, it won't matter. She'll die if we win. Like, full on die. She hasn't put any points into immortality. Why not overcast the heal? It's actually less efficient to overcast because you run a chance of miscasting.
Tartufo, I'm
like,
taking...
that would actually slow things down.
I don't think you're familiar with Legend.
It has a much bigger... So, okay, we've got 15-second cooldown. If we overcast it, it's 30-second cooldown.
It's all about the
we
cheese,
get twice
man.
as much healing, but we have a 21% chance of miscasting, and also we don't get access to Life Bloom as often if we do it that way. It's actually less efficient to overcast it.
It's his choice. If this is what he wants to do, this is what he wants to do. That's fine. I would never do this. I would never do this.
We're almost there.
Z1, yeah, it is worth noting the elves do not consider the elves do not consider incest to be, like, a bad thing. Like, generally, they, like, it's not that they so much avoid it, they just don't really care about it. Same thing with the dwarves. Incest...
Why not replace this now? I don't have any other one to replace it with. This is my only slan.
Yeah, incest is very common among the Dawi and the elves.
What do you think about the actor that voiced Maul in Clone Wars to voice Nagash? I never watched the Clone Wars, so I don't know who that is.
Oh, yeah, he's a really good voice actor, actually.
I think it should be Jim Carrey.
Hey, John Frank, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. The super chat. Love your lore content. Do I have some tips on the Asur books, excluding Tyrion and Teclis trilogy? And what's my opinion on the Kurt Helberg books? I think the Kurt Helberg books are pretty good. The Swords of the Emperor, I think, are fun and well written. Other elf books I would highly recommend, besides Tyrion and Teclis, for the High Elves. Jean Franck, get the Sons of Aurelian. The Sons of Aurelian are hands down the best Asur books ever written.
Why don't you go Ancient to Kill Lord? That's actually a good point. This guy's done so much now. I want him to get the win. You're probably right. I should have gotten a Coxagore Lord. Oh, well, we're here now. Why can't you hide? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, get the Sons of
I had
Aurelian.
my slan in there before. Whatever, it's fine. They're not going to go for him. Alright, first thing, get rid of all the artillery, because obviously that'll wreck the Blessed Saurus Warrior. And then the Blessed Saurus Warrior will do everything else, because I'll boost him with this Shield of Thorns.
Hey Loremaster, who was the most powerful elder to ever live, and hope you have great day.
Tim Curry for Nagash? No,
Last Bite, thanks so much for the tip. Who was the most powerful elder to ever live? What do you mean elder? I'm looking for you in either chat. What do you mean by elder? Would the dwarves consider it a grudge that one of the Tomb Kings is a dwarf? Probably. If they found out about it. Cursory 2, thanks for the stretch remote, redeem. I guess I'll stretch. Ugh. Just walk around my room real quick.
Gunnery white.
Ugh. Stretch, chat. Move your bodies. Walk around the room. Take a lap.
Are you really beating them? This is the battle where we win. This is it.
There we go.
100%. Just like I said last time.
This is definitely the third time you've said that.
This is it. No, this is 100%. This is the win one. Guaranteed. If I lose, I'll donate to you another $100.
Oh, you meant elf. The most powerful elf to ever live was Anarion. Anarion the Defender, I think, is undeniably the strongest elf who ever lived, but that's because he literally had the power of 2 gods at his beck and call.
He has the power of God and anime at his side.
Yeah, basically. Like, he had his body broken down and rebuilt to be flawless by Ashurin and infused with all the Creator God's power. And then he also drew the Sword of Cain, so he had the entirety of the power of the bloody-handed god of murder and warfare at his disposal. He was pretty freaking ridiculous.
So I'm just trying to soak up that ammo so it doesn't kill off my Saurus. Hard to dodge this one.
Isn't Anarion legless? I think Anarion is much, much scarier than legless. But Anarion also wasn't an archer. He was a warrior. Fought in close combat, always. And he had a big old fuck you dragon. Good old Indrognir.
How much ammo does it have? 19. That could mean quite a few Blessosaurus warriors killed. We don't want that.
I don't think you could dodge those.
Yeah, I can't really dodge them, but look,
you dodged that one.
Yeah.
Wait, this is still happening? Yeah, this is near the end of it.
I tell you what, if you don't try,
hydrate,
it won't happen. Sometimes you gotta try. Is this me or are they miscasting?
If Anarian was so strong, what killed him? He fought 4 really, really, really strong greater demons back to back to back to back to back. That's what killed him.
Shit.
And that was after he had already fought, like, a ton of stuff. Wow, that was a terrible cast of that spell. Good job, AI.
They're not done yet.
Do Dark Elves know how to use bows? Yes, they just prefer crossbows. At the same time or individually? He fought them one after the other. Like, immediately. One after the other.
Yeah, and Frank did a 50 CZK super chat. Anime TDs of Marathi. Thanks for good content, my man. Okay, thanks for super chat. Appreciate you.
Only the best for you guys. Only the best.
Wow, these mortar crew are actually killing Saurus warriors. I mean, they're not winning, but they have killed some.
Give him a little shield of thorns to help out.
Healing magic's better. It's 8 winds of magic. Worth it. I only put 1 point into it.
No, okay.
It's only 22 physical resistance.
It's a really good spell on them for the weapon strength, because it spikes their weapon strength up to something fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
But you might save it until you're... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say save it for the Vampire Lord, but...
He's there. Oh, she's there. I don't feel like they're fighting much better with it.
There it is.
With enough persistence. There you go. I think they just used the Crown of Command on itself there.
Yeah, he did. It's just like, no. Refuses to die.
Ah, moonshine. And this lord is dead. It might be rank 21 or 22 or whatever it is, but it is dead.
What a final boss fight.
There we go. I promised I would get rid of him, and I did.
Oh my lord.
Now let's look at how many defeats that cost me. Oh wait, if I look at statistics during a co-op campaign, that can sometimes crash the game.
Yeah, don't do that. Just end your turn as soon as you can, so it saves.
And if you ever look here, it'll say Deaths in Battle, Mary Ann Coughlin, level 21 or whatever. Bye-bye. You can get going.
See you next time, bitch.
Okay.
Good God.
I don't think they can reach us here.
Do Dark Elves worship Chaos
So
Gods?
we're still gonna deal with this.
No. Not anymore. They used to, back in the day, but they don't now. Like, in the old lore, they did. In the modern lore, they don't, because Games Workshop gave them evil elf gods.
Alright.
Which are the underworld gods, the Sithai. Morathi used to be a Slanesh worshipper in the old lore, but in the new lore, they introduced a dark elf god called Authority, which Authority is the goddess of pleasure.
Their army went up over here.
So she's basically elf Slanesh.
This regiment of renowned army to go and lure them into a bait so you can kill them. Hang on, where are you going to move? Your army from the Sentinel of Time, where do you intend to move it this turn? Close to Sabatun?
I'm gonna move it closer towards Thrice Cursed Peak, probably where that first set of forest is, between me and there.
Alright, I'll go that way as well, that way I can back you up.
Yeah, and I'm basically just gonna move up behind you and go into ambush stance, because the AI will probably run out to fight you.
Yep, all good. Javelins over skirmishes.
So Morthy shouldn't spread Chaos Corruption now?
One turn as opposed to 2 turns. It's not going to be ready in time.
The thing they did with Morthy in this game is it's a callback to the Storm of Chaos when Morthy was a Slanesh cultist. And she led a sub-faction called the Cult of Pleasure.
Patience on my side. Alright, I'm actually done with my turn. And the game saves. Good. You can manual save? Not on Legendary. No, you can't.
Oh, bullshit. I hate when that happens.
What happened?
Wait, why can't I...
Do you have 25% movement?
Oh, it says... Oh, okay. I can't ambush because I'm in sight of another army.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't do that. You have to be...
It's fucking stupid. And I moved like 25% exactly. That's fine.
Their army is at Thrice Cursed Peak.
Alright, well, it'll make it easy then.
I'll go and back you up there. May have been mentioned, but in a co-op, hosts can save on their turn even if they play in Legendary difficulty. Really? I'll check that out on my turn, see if that's the case. Because that would be useful to know. Shows how much I play co-op campaigns, not very often. Oh, hang on. They're not at Thrice Cursed Peak. They must have... Oh, okay.
There they are.
Yeah, there they are.
I have no time for this.
Oh, no. They're right outside Thrice Cursed Peak.
Yeah.
So that's all their armies.
Okay.
Alright, are you good? Are you good calling it here for today?
Yeah. I think so. How about we just see how this end turn progresses? Let's just have a look.
Okay.
I'm the one that had to go do all that stuff, and yet you're the one worn out. Sort of. Alright, cool. They just moved to Thrice Cursed Peak. They're going full defensive now. Oh, they put a huge army in Shikibui. How did they get these many fucking armies so quickly?
Fucking dwarves, dude. Wow, they've got like a 20 stack in every settlement.
Dwindling erase my ass. And yeah, the vampires, they ran away.
Great, this will be a perfect place to start next time.
Okay, well, it won't be tomorrow because tomorrow we'll be covering...
Right, we'll probably be doing Rackars for a few days, but it'll be back, probably like Friday or next Monday at the latest.
We'll see how we go, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright guys, well that's the end of the streams. Big apologies for using up 1/3 of the stream.
Don't worry about it. I had a ball.
Yeah. You don't get to see those situations very often where I'm just like determined to cheese the crap out of the game. You know, I saw an opportunity and I had to take it. Because I haven't done that before with Lizardmen.
It was a cheese worthy of legend. Oh yeah, that's got a double meaning.
Going on, we did have a lot of oh, we didn't check the save. It doesn't matter. We did have a lot of lore going on in the background as well, which is always very useful. Okay, well I'll see. Oh, hang on. Well I'll see you, Sotek, another time.
Yes, sir.
Chuck a host over to somebody.
Okay, I will also do that. But I'll talk to you later, dude. I'm gonna talk to my chat for a minute, and yeah, we'll see you when we see you.
Okay, catch you later. Bye.
See you, dude. Man, I'm tired. I'm not used to streaming for... Oh, hey, I've got the Chaos Dwarf stuff up. That's fine. I'm not used to streaming for such long periods of time without pauses. I don't know how he does it. Like, I think he normally goes for like another 2 hours. Like 8 hours. I'm just like, oh my god. Like, I like to do like maybe 4 hours, then a break, and then another 4 hours at most. But I haven't done that in forever. But, yeah. Thanks for being here, my dudes. I hope you all had a good time. This was fun. Like he said, I will also be back with Rakarth tomorrow. So I hope you're all looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. I need to send y'all somewhere. That's something I need to be better about, is doing raids. So let's send YouTube crowd somewhere, and then I'll send the Twitch crowd somewhere. Oh god, there's nobody streaming on YouTube that I know. I wonder if I can... Nope. Okay, well, I guess I'm sending y'all somewhere on Twitch then. Just somewhere on Twitch then. Just somewhere on... Jesus. Wasn't expecting it to do noise. Oh yeah, let's go raid Anticity. Let's raid Anticity. So let's just do here, Twitch chat. I'm gonna type a message that y'all can use. And if anybody wants to be part of the raid and you're over on YouTube, then just head to Twitch. Go to Twitch and go to Anticity stream. He's doing some multiplayer right now, so go say hello to him for me. So Twitch, here, I'll give y'all a raid message. So you can just copy that and spam paste it in Anticity's chat, and we're gonna go raid him. Isn't Legend streaming on YouTube? Yes, Legend is streaming on YouTube, but Legend is also like ending his stream. Raid Anticity. Alright, dudes. I really do appreciate you all watching. I'll see y'all tomorrow for all that jazz, and it should be a really good big time. Yeah. Thanks so much for being here, my dudes. Hope you all have a lovely day, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.